We'll both start recording at the same time.
Okay.
But don't we have to have like funny things that we say for Momo's recording so she can have a funny intro? Or is this serious episode? Do we have to be serious?
This is a very serious D&D podcast.
Wrong.
No one's allowed to laugh.
No
if you laugh,
wrong.
I'm going to find you. I'm going to find you and I'm going to revoke your podcast privileges.
Your podcast card. You lose your podcast rights.
If you feel any joy whatsoever
Ah, shit.
during this session.
Joke's on you, I have depression. I was on Az's channel the other day because I was like, I'm just going to watch some Az. So I was just, hours later, I was like, oh, Jesus. I'm back in like 2017. I do stalk my friends, though. I stalk you guys all the time.
I don't stalk you guys often, but I do listen to Matt's streams to fall asleep. I'll listen to Realms a lot to fall asleep. Even if I'm not working on it, I'll just listen to sessions that I've edited. Because I truly am the biggest fan of our podcast, but also it's just nice to hear us just vibing as I drift off to
You
dreamland.
are our biggest fan, and that is just
Embarrassing, I know.
Oh, no. No, actually, it's not. Loving a project that you're a part of is... If everyone was that passionate about their projects, maybe no one would give up on their project.
Also, should we mention that it's a little bit more of an intimate session this time, so...
Oh, yes. We are missing Calder. We're missing Ellery. And we are missing Hawke. Calder and Ellery, it's because they haven't technically joined the party yet. And then Hawke, he cannot be here today. So we're doing a quick recap.
I'm taking some vacation time.
Taking some sweet holiday time.
Vacation.
All right. So if everyone is ready, I'm going to take us into the session. The children that were scattered about the floor of the common room looked at the old man, waiting for a tale of faraway lands and heroic exploits. I suppose we were at the beginning then. The underdog, the grove, the sea, the palace, they all converged right there.
Harold, have you ever seen so many different kinds of people in such a big place? How hard could it be to find somebody that knows where Tailwind is?
You're a miracle boy. I shake my head and quietly to myself say, there's no such thing as miracles.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you a running start. I'll count to 30. 1, 2.
30, and then I'm going to run at him and attack him.
You told me your history. I was born on that boat. Huh? That ship that your friend is dissecting.
I absolutely hate how chipper you always are.
And it'd be a good look on you, though.
If it's a riddle, I want to solve it. If it's a lock, I want to open it.
I'm a holy woman, and I'm looking for things that were taken from me and my people.
They could not begin to fathom the situation that they found themselves in. This is sort of the beginning for us in a lot of ways, because this is going to tether what we've already done with what we are going to be doing. This is the connective tissue between where we started with this campaign and where we're going. Bring yourself back into the moment. Begin to think about your characters, about what they've been through, what they've recently discovered, having pulled themselves out of the sewers with that red lacquer box and discovering what it was that Phineas Fiddlescratch had sent them to retrieve. June has recovered her shield, only to have it taken once again, along with her freedom. Bring yourself back into the moment and focus on your character, what they want, what they need, and whether or not those two things align. Your eyes open, having been deep within the trance. The world around you disappeared. Above, there is a canopy of trees that stretch above, high into the sky. The gray-silver bark of the trees that surround you is comforting, recognizable. The canopies are filled with silver blue leaves, and they sway in the breeze. A breeze that carries with it the weight of the endless seas beyond. A very gentle and light scent of salt and spray from the shoreline. It is beginning to cool, but the temperature here, the weather here, is stable. It doesn't change. It doesn't flow. There is a timelessness here, a permanency. Time does not wear things down as they often do in the world beyond Evermeet. Permanency. These trees are ancient and beautiful, and the lush grass that is underneath you, a warm blanket that brings you comfort. Your gentle, fragile hands are intertwined with it. Your legs are pressed into your own body as you have curled yourself here, communing with the natural world around you. But this island that for the entirety of your life has been the only world that you've known, it seems like a shadow. It seems like an echo. That permanency, that stability, it all seems hollow. It doesn't hold life as the world outside does. The turmoil of change, storms, perfection. Perfection doesn't hold as much magic anymore. Past the grove, there are crystalline structures that surround this garden. The trees that are held here, these ancient trees. It is said that they hold the power of ancient days that no longer exist anywhere on Bir Terrell. These trees are the last vestiges of a world that has slipped into memory only. And your hands find themselves upon your face, and you realize that you are returned to your true form. The small, craggy, goblinoid flesh that has imprisoned you now for so long, replaced with the porcelain flesh of a young elven maid with dark hair. Dodalia Telquisar. You awaken from your trance. You are on the island outside. Teowin, Duvisphere, the kingdom of your people, of your house. An ancient bloodline that stretches far, far past the living memory of any who still walk material planes. The breeze flutters and your attention is drawn to a small statuary that is placed in the center of a fountain, in the center of this grove. The water trickles from a series of upturned vases that are held by beautiful, young, elven figures. There are 2 of them. They are back to back. And the water that flows from the vases that they pour forth from is perfect, clear, and it splashes down into the basin beneath, creating a soft, audible gurgle around you. What do you do?
Well, I'm done my trance, so I might as well go home. Is there anything peculiar about this fountain? Or has it been here all my life?
The fountain has always been there. You do not remember this grove without it. You turn to move back towards the pathway that will lead you back to the palace. And as you do, you hear a voice.
Oi, wake up, you!
Immediately, you feel a boot in your side.
Get up!
Your eyes open, and the beauty of that place is shattered. You are inside of a carriage that is shod in iron, thick metal plates with bars on the windows and a large wooden and iron-bound door that has been opened up. There is a very crude-looking man crouched over you. His boot has just found its way into your side, as there are no seats here. You are chained and shackled. The heavy metal weighs you down, and it's very hard to move. Both of your wrists have been fully encompassed in iron cups that have been locked into a pair of chains that hold you very, very still. You're unable to open your hands, and your mouth has been gagged with a strip of dirty linen that has been tightly tied. All of this in the fear that the rumors are true, that you are a goblin with powerful spellcasting abilities.
I want you to stand now, otherwise you'll be feeling my boot again.
I'd like to stand, please, and I do wish I could explain to this man that there truly is no need for such aggression.
Your mouth is bound by a dirty strip of linen. How do you do that?
I don't, I just wish that I could. So I just stand up. I try to smile at him, but I suppose that's also very hard with the linen in my mouth.
You attempt to smile. Go ahead
Probably
and
just
make
looks like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, make a persuasion check, because if you fail this, it's going to be taken as an aggressive snarl.
No. Persuasion?
You are a goblin. Yeah, persuasion. Yeah.
That's it, 18.
You actually do pleasantly smile at the jailer as he looks down at you.
Oi, you must be mad. You ain't got no idea about where you are.
She just shakes her head.
He scratches the filthy, spotty stubble on the side of his plump face, and then shrugs, smiling with ugly, rotten teeth.
You're gonna find out soon enough.
And kind of like shoves you forcibly out of this cart. And you hit the ground and skin your knee. And you're lying in the dirt of a large courtyard. And that courtyard is surrounded by these heavy brick and iron gated walls. And there are sconces and torches burning everywhere, even though it's still fairly early. The sky is overcast, and you do see kind of this drizzle of rain coming down, and the dirt underneath you is becoming very muddy. You yourself are currently filthy. You are covered in the blood of the encounter that you found yourself in the middle of in the alleyway when that assassin from the grasping eye attempted to kill you. The reports are that there is a very dangerous goblin that has been apprehended, one with powerful magics. You found yourself now shackled, dirty, cold, tired, and alone, thrown onto the ground of this large courtyard. The armor-shod horse and carriage closes up as the jailer locks it up. He pats on the back of it with a big meaty fist, and it rolls off. And you can see that on his side he's got a big club, and he's got a sword, a short sword on the other side of his belt. Otherwise he's just wearing cloth armor, and you can see that the sigil of Waterdeep is emblazoned on the side of it on an embroidered patch. All around this courtyard, however, are armored members of the City Watch. And some are patrolling and walking along the scaffoldings on the top. Some are positioned down on the ground level with you, but you see, just with a quick count, no less than 50 guard.
That's a lot of guards.
There are some other individuals that are being rounded up in the center of this courtyard. They're various despicable looking individuals. Some of them are wearing dark leather armor, and you can see that they're having their weapons pulled from them and thrown into piles. There's a large wooden workbench, and there are a number of individuals that are armored in the same cloth armor as the jailer that has thrown you down, and they're currently gathering up weapons and items that have been pulled from any of the suspects that are currently being rallied within this courtyard. You're not the only individual, but they are giving you a special amount of consideration and space given the tenets of the crime that you've been arrested for. So you're on the ground, Doddle, and you are looking up at this jailer. What would you like to do?
I'd like to stand up and try and look as non-threatening as possible, which shouldn't be hard because I'm surrounded by all these ruffian-looking fellas and I look like a puppet.
Mm-hmm. And you've already made a pretty good roll on your persuasion, so I'm going to allow you to kind of ride on that.
Maybe they'll let me out early for good behavior.
That's interesting. So you stand and you try to look as innocent as possible. Your big floppy ears are kind of pressed down and your eyes are as wide as they could possibly go, looking like they might break into tear at any moment. However, while the guard the jailer seems to soften slightly, it really is more of like not having to worry about you as much. It's a bit of a you don't feel that there's much sympathy in his actions. There's just more of a relief that he doesn't have to deal with a horrible, evil goblin that has powerful spellcasting components.
Well, I also don't know this man's story or history, so perhaps he's just having a rough day, or perhaps even a rough life, so I don't want to make it any harder for him than it already is. Perhaps that's why he's so aggressive and violent, and it's because it's all he knows.
That is a That is quite possible. He does not seem to have had an easy life, and you don't feel that anyone who has taken on this sort of position would have done so willingly or from anything other than a need for steady income. However, it is quite possible that there are those who are cruel, who enjoy being within the confines of a force of individuals that are sanctioned by the city to do villainous acts.
Oh, I never thought about that before.
So the individuals here, it's very dour, it's very cold, and it's very harsh. You're marched up to this wooden table, and you see a woman standing behind it in the same jailer soft cloth armor that the individual who woke you is wearing. And you can see that this man nods to her. Go ahead and make an insight check.
15.
She seems to be superior to most of the individuals here. And she has a very sharp, pinched, bird-like face. These small, dark eyes, and her hair is pulled back. It is shorn on the sides, and you can see a number of tattoos on them.
Also, just to be sure, it's bird-like and not literally a bird. Like, she's not a kakawa. Like, what are the bird things?
Aarakocra.
Aarakocra.
She is, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, actually. To be fair, in D&D, it's a very fair question. However, it's bird-like.
Okay.
She seems to be human, although you're not sure that she's full human, but she does seem to be human, at least in some capacity. She just has a hooked nose and a thin face and these small eyes that give her a bird-like appearance. She glowers down at you. She's very tall. She's probably around 6'2", and her thin fingers go to a series of scrolls, and she opens them, and she starts taking notes as she's observing you. Turn around, please.
I do as I'm told. Do a little spin.
There's this hardened criminal who has like half of his face like shorn off by what looks like a horrible knife fight wound, and like wearing an eye patch and all these filthy rags, and just looks like a typical pickpocket. He looks down at you, and just so many of the individuals here kind of seem off-put by how adorable this goblin is acting in the middle of this horrible, horrible place. Turn again, please.
Do another little spin.
She steps across on the other side of the table, places your hands onto the table, so it's kind of like for you, you're reaching up. Do not move. And she has in one hand a club, a wooden club. It's a small club. It's not like a giant troll club. It's more like a billy club. But she does have a wooden club in one hand, and she begins searching your pockets.
I don't move, but I'm starting to get a little nervous now.
She's pulling anything and everything that she finds in either your pocket, any belt pouches. They take your boots off, and you're standing in the mud barefoot.
There's nothing but bat poop in that pocket. I hope she doesn't look in there.
She definitely looks in there, and she pulls her hand out with the guano and just looks at you. She shakes it off. Fucking goblins. Do you have anything on you?
I'm bad at keeping track of my equipment. It says
Okay.
I have a broom of flying in here, but I don't think that's true. I mean, stuff.
I can think of so many situations where a broom of flying would have been deeply helpful.
Right? I know, right? I really need to go through my character sheet at some point.
He's literally had it there since the first session, and every time I'm like, you don't use that broom of flying as much as you should.
I don't really know why I have it. There's no reason why I should. I think it was a D&D Beyond thing. Anyway, from the top of my head, she's got, her currency, the elvish currency. She's got her cookbook.
How much elvish currency do you have?
That's another thing I really need to keep track of better. I picture like a good amount because she would have I imagine she grabbed a big handful in the royal palace of Teowin on her way out. So I would imagine not like a fortune, but a good amount.
By the gods, you hear her say as she pulls this velvet pouch out that has this beautiful elvish embroidering on the side and just dumps this pile of elvish, thin, very frail, beautifully wrought coin across the table. You have been stealing, haven't you?
You shake my head.
I ain't never seen a goblin with this sort of coin before. You'll be swinging soon enough, I'm sure. And continues to pick through your pockets.
That is so good.
We've established that you have a bunch of elven coin. Your cookbook, she pulls that out of a pocket and is just kind of surprised when this large tome is pulled out of this goblin's coat and drops it.
Is my coat like Mary Poppins' bag? I can fit things in the
It
pocket.
sort of is, although we haven't established that it's really exactly magical yet, but you definitely have been carrying a lot of large, bulky items in it. But then again, you're such a small goblin, and this coat is so big that I could see it working in your favor. She does pull out the tome, the cookbook, and drops it down and looks at you oh, now that, of course, it's a goblin. There's a cookbook. There's elvish, coin. There's bat poo. It's all making sense now. So as actually dangerous as that book is, looking at the cover of it, she just seems to write it off immediately and just kind of drops it there on the table. What else do you have in your pockets?
I picture, just for narrative reasons, she has a small elvish lantern, but I guess this would be the first time that's making an appearance. Other than that, it looks like I have amaryllis. Where did I get that? A bell, a block of incense, rations. I have a spell scroll, string. Oh, cool! I have a sword.
All of those things are removed from your coat.
I also have my old clothes, so I have Dodalia's old dress in there. It says clothes fine.
Yeah, and it hurts your heart a little bit as the gown is pulled out from your coat and just kind of thrown onto the dirty table, and rain is sputtering down upon it, and you see it getting damp in the drizzle that is falling from this open air courtyard. So all of your things are splayed out before you, and your boots are taken off, and they're also put there. And this pinch-faced, bird-like woman, this jailer, she stands up and she walks over to a series of boxes that are on a cart off to one side, and looks back at you. Halfling size it is, then. At least you'll be wearing something that fits. And grabs a tunic and a pair of breeches and a pair of sandals and thrusts them into your hands. Follow me.
I follow.
She walks into a curtained area, pulls the curtain. You and her are standing there, and she crosses her arms. You may change now.
Is there anywhere that I can go that's out of sight, or is this they just go watch me change?
She just glowers down at you.
I don't want to shake my head because she's gonna get mad at me, but there's no. Is there furniture I can find or something?
She leans over, and you can hear armor moving around outside of these curtains as well. You know that there are guards that have kind of come in close that aren't in here with you, but you hear that they're nearby. She leans down and she takes out some keys and she unlocks your hands. from these cups, and for the first time you pull them out, and you can feel your fingers again. She stands back up and crosses her arms.
You know when you get changed in a sleeping bag?
Yeah.
And when you go camping, I'm gonna attempt to put the rags over top and then get out of my coat.
I've never met a shy goblin. There's a first for everything.
Doddle gets all blushy.
So you do manage to pull this tunic over and then use that to cover yourself as you pull your coat and all the other parts of your outfit off. And she takes all of it. And now for the first time, you're wearing clothes that do actually fit.
I do another spin!
You really have these knobby knees and elbows and these long, big hands, and your head is oversized and your shoulders are small. But this outfit, this tunic, is just tattered, old burlap, okay? And there's like a rope belt that's holding it all up, these breeches. And you can see that they're threadbare and there are patches all over them. But you do, for the first time, have clothing on that doesn't hamper your movement, but also doesn't conceal the truth of what you look like.
Oh.
So you spin. The jailer just kind of shakes her head and throws the curtain back and walks back out to the table. All of your things from another jailer have been gathered up, and you can see that they've been put into a wooden box, and there's a piece of scroll that has been tucked into a leather sheath on one side, and the whole box gets slid down the table and is grabbed by another of these jailers, who walks it over to an area, a door with a set of keys, unlocks it and walks through, and you lose sight of it.
I am still optimistic, so I'm sure I'll get my stuff back once I explain to a authority figure what happened.
As soon as you step out of the little changing tent, the jailer stops, leans down, and clasps your hands right back into those metal cuffs. So they're completely covered again. Your mouth this entire time has been still gagged. It's not so tight as it is dangerous. In fact, you feel like with your teeth you could probably cut through it if you had to. But it is certainly hampering any sort of speech. So if you were to do that, if you were to try to cast a spell or something like that, it would certainly not work out for you. Doddle, you're gathered up and you are marched with a number of the guard of this keep into a long stone hallway. And it's very cold and dank. There are these suits of armor that are surrounding you, these very ancient suits of armor, and there are torches that are burning brightly and small candelabras that cast this flickering firelight in this very dark place. And the stone around you is heavy and oppressive, and it looks slick and wet. The guards stop at a desk that is on the far side. We are moving the prisoner. Do we have an assignment for this lot? Aye. Words come from the Magister himself. Be taking this one all the way up. If any of that magic ends up occurring here again, they'll be able to ensure that they can handle it. Looks down at you with like a squinty eye, the old man behind the counter, and the guards kind of gently press you forward. They're each holding halberds, so you feel a push with the stick end of that weapon on your back as you're marched up a set of spiral stone staircases. And you walk up what seems like 12 flights of stairs. It seems to go on forever.
My little legs are getting a little tired.
Every once in a while, they stop at a landing, and keys are brought out, and there are no less than 4 big iron gated doors that you are led through. And finally, they stop at another area that has a landing. There are a couple of doors here. And somewhere in the distance, from an open doorway that leads down into another section, you hear screaming. It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! One of the guards closes the door and locks it, and it becomes very quiet. Opens another door, and you can see that at the desk there is a younger woman who is also garbed in the heavy armor of the City Watch, who is sitting behind the desk, cutting up an apple, and is looking at you as she's eating this apple with a knife. The door is unlocked, and you're led up a final set of stone stairs. And you can see that there are rooms on either side of you that are also caged. And you see a box with all of your things. It's been brought here. And you see one of the jailers in the soft cloth leather armor pick up that box and take it into one of these rooms, locking it behind them. As you do, you see this strange green glow kind of pulsing from the room that it's taken into. It's a strange feeling that works its way across you. Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Natural 20! Is it Oaken, Dad? Is that what the green glow
You
is?
sense you don't because you've never encountered it before, so you don't recognize what it is. You have no idea. This is the first time that you've come in contact with it. However, Doddle, you do sense a strong, very definite sylvan energy. Something very powerful and of the natural world is being held captive in that chamber along with your cookbook. As your head kind of turns that way, you feel the butt of a halberd shove you forcibly through the big door in front of you. Keep moving,
I do.
little freak. And they push you through the door as these two rough guard march you in, and the clatter of keys accompanies them. Juniper, your eyes open. You have been sitting, meditating in the far corner of the cell that they have put you within. There is fresh straw that has been tossed across the space. They have given you 2 meals a day for the past 3 days, and they are bowls of either cold porridge and cups of questionable water, or a very greasy stew filled with hard root vegetables and very thin slivers of meat that are tough and not appetizing. There is a bucket in a corner for you to attend to yourself. The iron bars, the stone wall, the small sliver of a window that shows you the world outside. That is all that you have had in this dark cell. But across the way is an empty cell, and you see torchlight flicker as a pair of the guards, the jailers, enter into the space, pushing a small, knobby-kneed goblin with big floppy ears. Pushed kind of forcibly in. You fall forward, Doddle, and once you're in, they lock it. They look back to you, June.
Are you enjoying the amenities, witch?
Which? Then she just closes her eyes and ignores him.
They chuckle as they walk out, and you hear the clattering of keys. And on the far side, there is a low-burning torch. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of light in here. But you do see each other, these little faint silhouettes across from each other. And it's very quiet for a moment. And Doddle, you then hear something rustling in the straw behind you. And a rat darts out past you and runs into the hall past through the cage.
Oh, wait, come back. Oh, that's okay. He's got somewhere he needs to be.
And I guess you hear that, June?
Oh, wait, I haven't said anything yet, so all you hear is like a weird...
It's because I'm trying to chew on the gag in my mouth, because I didn't take that off yet, right?
Nope.
Roll anything.
You know,
like, oh god.
Yeah, you do hear these weird noises for a while, June, and then about 2 minutes later, you manage to chew your way through it. It's not that difficult. You spit it out.
Mind you, June rolled her eyes the second she heard the gurgling sounds.
I'd like to go up to the edge of the cage, please. Hello?
She ignores her.
I imagine you're probably not in the mood to talk. That's okay. You've probably been through quite the ordeal if you've landed in a place like this. Are you in the mood to listen? If you're in the mood to listen, continue to be silent.
You're a very talkative goblin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to shut up? I could do that too.
I'm not gonna tell you to shut up.
But you want me to. You could say it in many different ways. You could say, please be quiet. I've had quite the traumatic experience today, and I'm just not in the mood to communicate at the minute, and I could listen to that too. Or you could just say, please stop. That's fine. You could also tell me to shut up. I'm tougher than I look. I could probably take it.
I'm looking you up and down, Doddle. You're very interesting to me right now, and you can kind of tell.
Doodle spin.
She rolls her eyes at that, still and closes her eyes again.
Meanwhile, elsewhere within the city, the rainy streets of Waterdeep in the southern ward surround you. You're walking very quickly, Maglo. There is a sheen of sweat across your brow, and your glasses are fogged and covered in a small spattering of rain. Busby is hanging on to your back, desperately trying to keep up with you as you have been rushing through the streets somewhat aimlessly. You continue to walk through the streets as Hawke is clambering behind you, much slower in his armor, but you hear the clatter of it as he marches. Maglo, I think we've got to do something soon. We can't just walk around the city all day. Do you have a plan?
No, I was kind of hoping one would come to me if I just kind of busied my body, then hopefully my mind would catch up as well. Okay.
Where the gods is Siraye?
Fuck. Does Siraye know anything about the golden ale or where we're going?
I'm pretty sure she doesn't.
Fuck.
You're always talking about how you're the smartest man in the room. Well, we could really use some of that right now.
At the minute we're outside and the room is pretty fucking big.
Oh, really funny. And he kind of like turns his back.
I thought it was alright. Use a hand if you have anything to go on. That would be great. Alright. Okay. Hi, Hawke.
Do you know that people are hunting us down at the minute? And maybe shouting out a member of the party isn't the best fucking idea, is it?
Well, you were the one who wasn't coming up with any ideas. At least I was doing something and not just standing around. Well, you don't even understand, Doddle. You don't even know what's going on here.
I don't think any of us fucking understand Doddle, considering she stole the fucking box and then ran away and got herself arrested. How do you do a jailbreak? I have never done a jailbreak before. There's only fucking 2 of us at the minute.
Which is exactly why I'm saying we have to find Siraye wherever Siraye is. She'll know.
Why, she fucking would as well. That's what's annoying.
You don't think that she just took that treasure chest and ran, do you?
Oh, well, now I do, Hawk. Fucking hell. Best case scenario, Doddle is going to be fine. We're going to be able to get her back really easy. Siraye has gone off, found a buyer who's buying like fuckloads of money, and we're gonna find out the group that's hunting us, and we're gonna be able to take him out super easy, and we can all in like 3 days go back to life as normal. The worst case is Siraye's run off with the money. Doddle's been captured with no hope of getting out, and there is a group who are far superior to us in strength who are hunting us down. The most likely is really, really close to the worst case scenario. Didn't the guy tell you about a place where we're supposed to be going?
Well, yeah, Fiddle Scratch gave me this, and he shuffles through his pouches and pulls out a small scroll and hands it to you.
Open the scroll.
Inside, in very, very perfect calligraphy, is an address, and it says 1372 Way of Eternity, City of the Dead.
Okay, and this is like a hideout. We can go here. He gave you this for us to go.
He said that was his contact and that they would keep us safe, but that we wouldn't like it.
We're like, anything's going on right now, Hawk. Let's be honest. Right, that's good. We have a place to go. Siraye doesn't understand what's happening to Golden Ale. Maybe we do go back, but we try and remain hidden and wait for Siraye to kind of come across us and then go.
I mean, that's where she's going to go. So if we want to find Siraye and she doesn't know where we are, this city's enormous. There's no way that she's going to be able to find us. I mean, unless she has some sort of magical ability that we don't know about. And given all the secrets that get kept by this group, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, it's stupid. They're going to be expecting us there when we're leaving. People are grabbing weapons. They're hunkering down for an attack. One that we are the targets of. So
we stay out of sight.
Busby's going to go. Busby's going to go. And we're going to go to this address, this Way of Eternity place. Busby's going to lead Siraye back to where we need to go. Siraye's seen Busby. She's not.
Yeah, but
not friendly with any of us.
Is
but
Busby
she knows.
just going to lead her back to us, or like how's Busby going to know?
Well, Buzz. And he holds the script up. Like, right? Do you know this? Can you lead Siraye here? Can you do that? I don't know if he can do it, but he might be able to. He's done weirder stuff.
There's a scanning of light across the paper as this little, like, it splays out into 2 points of light, and it illuminates the script, and every letter kind of glows for a moment and then fades away as Busby continues to kind of float in front of you, and then looks to you with that one blinking eye.
I need you to go to the Golden Ale and wait for Siraye. When you see her, I want you to try and lead her away and lead her to this address, okay? Okay, hey, that's one problem sorted. That's great.
Oh yeah, great. The blinking light toy is going to help us all here. That's. I trust.
I'm sorry,
offense, Busby.
blinking light toy.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I no offense, Busby, but you have to realize we're putting a lot of weight on a blinking light.
If you want a better fucking solution, maybe fucking pray on it. But you're not. You're relying on me. So you're gonna listen to me, and we're gonna go do what I'm doing. Okay?
You don't even understand.
You're so I don't give a fuck. Okay? We're gonna go and do my plan, and if you had a better one, you wouldn't be asking me for it, would you?
Well, I may put my faith...
Oh, the lip stops now, is it? The lip has stopped as soon as you fucking know. Right, we're going. I'm done with this fucking conversation.
Maglo, I hate you.
What?
And he just keeps walking. He's like, his head is down. He just walks past you and is just walking down the street. You don't even know if he's going in the right direction. Siraye, you are in your cart. You have left the treasure chest with your contact, Rosy Glimmer Spark. The information that you're coming away with illuminates the gravity of the situation, but you yourself are oblivious to everything that has happened back at the tavern. And you're moving through the streets. It's a rainy day. The old draft horse that is pulling you through the streets, Siraye, is a ragged, spotted creature with these sad brown eyes that droop down and these furry hooves that are covered in mud and filth. This animal has a scraggly mane, and you can see his ribs as he kind of clops forward, pulling you through the streets. Part of this is from the age of the creature. You get the sense that this horse is much older than most horses would be kept in service. But for whatever reason, it was what the grasping eye had chosen to use in delivering the shipment of cockatrices across town. And while you and your companions liberated this draft horse, you're starting to realize that this horse is fairly sturdy given its appearance, and although it was clearly mistreated by its former ownership, that it is in fairly good health given its age. So this sad draft horse is pulling you through the streets, and the rain is like drizzling across you. The city stretches out before you. Waterdeep is a network of buildings that are stacked upon other buildings. And currently you are riding through the southern ward. Now, the southern ward of Waterdeep is a very rough part of town. It is one of the main entrances to the city itself, and it is neighbored by Dock Ward, which is the worst neighborhood in all of Waterdeep, well known for the underworld activity that occurs there. But the Southern Ward is effectively a series of living quarters and mercantile areas. A lot of the guilds for merchants operate here because it is one of the main gateways that lead into Trade Ward, and everyone who passes into Waterdeep from the southern reaches of the Sword Coast make their way through the southern gates. And so while it is a difficult area, it is teeming with life. You smell a great number of hearty foods and breads being baked within various restaurants and small carts that are lining the road. There are individuals who are selling any number of rare fabrics, materials, gems, raw materials mostly, that could then be used to craft other things. This area specifically is like a wholesale district that has all of the parts that someone might need to build anything that their imagination could encapsulate. If you were looking for finished goods, you would probably make your way to the Trade Ward. Although there is a fair number of silk dealerships and other things where you could find rarefied fabrics there as well. The Southern Ward is much more gritty, and it operates on so many different levels as both a place where much of the underworld lives, as well as busy streets that operate. However, the one universal truth of the southern ward of Waterdeep is that this is one of the places where the poor find themselves. It is the root of the tree from which the wealth of the city trickles downward. And the branches here in Waterdeep are very thirsty. There is a certain amount, for you at least, of comfort to be found here, because the pomp and the circumstance of other areas within Waterdeep don't exist here. The common folk struggle day to day, but their struggle is genuine, and there's no malice or guile within it. Some are willing to do whatever it takes to survive. And to be sure, the underworld thrives here because many of the common folk find that the individuals in charge of the gangs and the criminal factions take better care of the small folk than the lords themselves. So you're pushing through these streets, and you hear the cries and the bustle of life around you. It's a constant din of activity. There are people everywhere. And as you're traveling through the street, you nearly pull the reins back out of surprise, stopping your carriage. On the small cul-de-sac that held the tavern, smoke rises up into the air. There are shouts, and you see the griffins circling overhead. In front of the cul-de-sac itself, a number of City Watch have erected a barricade. And just beyond that, you see the burnt remains of the tavern that you and your companions have recently spent your time recuperating within. You see no faces that you recognize, and the building itself has been leveled. There doesn't seem to be anything other than smoldering ash and broken beams and shingles in a horrid pile of black.
So I don't see anyone. I don't even see like Fiddle Scratch or like any of the other patrons of the tavern like looking on and like, you know, crowding around to see what's happened, or people crying even.
There's a small crowd of individuals from around this district that are pushing in out of curiosity, but you don't recognize any of them. There are crowds here, and when people pass by, they pass by either on the other side of the street, which makes this whole area much more congested, or the people that are moving in and out seem to be official of some sort. You do see a number of blue-cloaked wizards and a number of well-dressed noble folk that you assume are part of the official inquiries as to what might have happened here. They may be part of the inquisitions that occur. And they are also moving about, talking with a number of armored guards and a few what look like perhaps more common folk that are specifically clearing rubble and digging through.
Okay.
Ostensibly searching for bodies.
Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna pull my cart up, but I'm not gonna park it on the street. I'm gonna park it like down an alleyway close by.
Okay.
Like maybe like right around the corner, so I can see it too. I don't want to not be able to see it. I'm gonna tie up the horse to like the gutter pipe. And then I'm gonna put on my Cloak of Elvenkind, which makes me a little more inconspicuous in this crowd. And I'm going to approach the tavern, the burnt tavern, and I'm going to specifically try and get close enough to the guards, but still like look like I'm part of the onlooking crowd, so I can kind of hear them talk and see if I can hear them say something about what happened or what they think happened.
I want you to make a stealth check with an advantage.
Hopefully, I'll actually be a good rogue.
Knowing us, that won't happen.
Ah! Suck it! Look at that 20, baby!
All right, you have a natural 20.
Oh no.
Lucky 13. Yeah, lucky 13.
Yeah, lucky 13, but no second nat 20.
Yeah. So that's...
I imagine Siraye is like Assassin's Creed, like somehow made it look like she's like a part of like some of the old lady like chicken old ladies that are like gossiping in the corner, like.
Oh, I remember seeing all those weird people going in there. I'm not surprised it got burnt down. It was a shady place,
And like Siraye's like kind of like integrated with these like cackling old ladies gossiping and stuff. That's like really close to the guards.
You begin slipping into the crowd. You have your cloak close to you, Siraye, and you just blend in perfectly, disappearing entirely.
Perfectly.
And no one seems to notice you. You're moving behind a mother and her two children that are like grabbing at her skirts as she kind of pulls forward, holding a bundle of groceries with her. You hear one of the kids go, "What happened here?" No, dear. We don't look at that. Go, let's go across the street. And they start moving across as they try to divert themselves from the crowd. You immediately hop from that mother over to a small merchant who is currently trying to shill off a series of large bottles that have a very harsh smelling fruit punch in them. It smells like soured plum.
Okay.
And you're behind this merchant as that cart kind of wheels forward, and the creaking of the wheels help conceal your approach even more. And you make your way right up to the corner that leads back into the cul-de-sac. Now, this is about the furthest that you can go without taking greater risks. And you see that the guards are all lined up. But as you kind of hide behind this cart, as the merchant starts shilling this plum wine, you hear perfectly what the guards are saying just a short distance away.
We're gonna be here forever. I can't handle it any longer. It's been 4 hours already.
Can you imagine the whole thing, Bat?
I ain't never gone in there. It's a fancy place, even for the Southern Ward. Ain't many who'd go into a place like that. They had clean napkins and all.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. Still looked nice.
Yeah, well, doesn't look nice now.
And the two guards kind of chatter on for a while. How long are you going to stay here, listening to these guards?
I mean, if their conversation isn't going anywhere with like, who else is around? Like, is there like an inspector around, or is there like a captain that's like?
You do see some official people and somebody who might be nobility. There is a man in a purple and gilded golden cloak, wearing a mask, talking to a number of what you assume to be higher ranking city watch. But they are further into the cul-de-sac near the remains of the shattered fountain. The statue is toppled over and broken. And
wait, hold on. This person with the mask, can I roll an insight on that?
You may.
Oh, 10.
Well, you don't need to get high to be able to realize that it's either a masked lord or somebody associated with the Masked Lords.
Okay.
Not everybody who wears a mask is of that level. Either this is very important because a Masked Lord wouldn't show up in the Southern Ward for a burnt down tavern unless it was crucial. If this is somebody of that level of nobility, I mean, that would be one of the leaders of the city, and the city's so large. That's almost insane to think about the level of that. Would be like the mayor of a town showing up at a normal fire, right? You don't know for sure if that's who this is. Okay. However, your assumption is that they must be associated.
They're associated somehow, if not. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna whip out my disguise kit.
All right.
And I'm going to. I have a really nice old lady sculpted nose that's like big, and I have a couple things to make my skin look old and wrinkly, and I'm going to disguise myself as an old person.
Okay, so you do so.
I'm at this merchant cart, right? I'm gonna grab like some sort of like canvas, like fabric that might be there, and I'm gonna cover myself to make it look like an old ratty cloak, so that way my colors my clothing doesn't look the same either. And
make a performance check with an advantage.
Give me that advantage, please. Yes.
All right.
Unnatural 20.
So, your disguise is very accurate. You're performing the part correctly, and you start moving around.
I found like a stick so I can make it look like a cane, and I'm gonna go up to like the line, and I'm gonna try and wave down the Masked Lord, be like, yeah. Oh, excuse me, and like be panicked and sir, please, my
The two guards that you were listening in on immediately come up to you. Is there a problem here?
Young man,
Mom, please calm yourself. The tavern is not going to be open. Most likely forever.
No, my daughter was staying here, and I was coming to visit, and please tell me that she's all right.
You want to take it? I don't know.
How did this happen?
Mom, please, breathe. I'm sure your daughter is perfectly fine. There's no need to be concerned. What we wish for you to do is find the lieutenant over there and explain to... Yes, go to Lieutenant Eckelberg. Find him and speak with the lieutenant over here, please.
All right. So with that one over there with the purple gowns, or sorry,
No.
My sight is so poor.
Yes, your sight is poor. Here, I'll take you over there.
Thank you.
So the guard actually ushers you over, and you see an older man with a long gray mustache. And a shaved head. Is a lieutenant within the guard, has all the various markings on his armor, and is kind of barking orders to a number of the individuals around.
Okay.
What do we have here?
Excuse me, young man.
Yes, ma'am.
My daughter, Lilith, she was staying here, and I was coming to visit, and please tell me that she's all right. And
I'm sorry to say, ma'am, please. He takes your hands and cups them. I need to make a perception check. Okay. He takes your hands and he cups them. I need you to remain calm. Please breathe, ma'am. He places his hand on your shoulder. Now, this establishment has been burnt. There was an accident. However, our understanding is that everyone who was inside was evacuated before it burnt. Only a few individuals were still inside, and to our understanding, they were the tavern staff and keeper. Now, we are certain that they did not make it.
But your daughter, Lillian, you say? Lilith.
Yes.
Lilith would have easily been removed as soon as the trouble started.
Oh,
I don't know that I should tell you this, but I will. We believe that there was foul play, that this was not a natural fire, which means that your daughter would have been removed by the staff. So I think your daughter is just fine. However, everyone else inside, we must attend to them. So I need you to go, and I need you to go home and wait for your daughter to return.
Oh, well, how in the world could this be foul play? This is a nice establishment. My daughter Lilith made sure that she booked stay at a nice establishment, so these sort of things wouldn't happen.
I do not question your daughter's choice in establishment to stay within. Her reputation would have been very well maintained within this place. I have attended many revelries here myself, and I'm sorry to see it go. But I can promise you that the individuals inside would have allowed no ill to come to any of their guests, including your daughter. So all you must do is go home and wait. I will take your name and address, and I will come to see you personally.
Oh, well, would tell me that is there a place that any of the survivors are staying? I could just go there. I'm so sorry, sir. This is my only daughter, and it would be horrible to lose her. And
I agree, it would be. But I do not believe your daughter is in any danger. I believe that you simply need to wait for her. And if in a few hours you do not find her, I will be there and we can discuss it again. Please, give me your full name.
Marion Sarandis?
Marion Sarandis. How do you spell Sarandis?
Serandis.
Very well. And what is your address?
Well, you see, that's part of the issue. I'm getting old, you see, and Lilith was going to take me to live with her out of the country.
Out of the country.
Out in the country.
But you were going to meet Lilith here. But I thought you said that you live.
I'm recently.
She didn't return home. You have a home. Are you confused?
No, I'm not confused. I lost my home, sir.
You lost your home.
Yes, I was unable to. I'm old. I couldn't keep paying rent. My daughter was in town to help me move in with her.
All right, I need you to make a deception check.
And I can't believe that we think Siraye is the most serious character in this game.
You have a disadvantage because of the horrible tap dance you just did.
What the hell was that horrible? That was so good. I
have a home. I don't have a home. We're leaving the country. Anyone with any kind of police training is going to clock you.
No, I didn't say we're leaving the country. I said we are moving out to the country where she lives.
Okay.
He asked you for your address, and you said, "Well, that's hardly the point."
After telling him that she didn't return home. So I'm telling you have a disadvantage. So please roll your deception.
This is so funny.
Okay, 18.
Where's your home?
Oh.
I'm old.
You got an 18 even with your.
No, that's my first roll.
Oh.
Now your first one, I see a deception of 22.
Suck it.
Oh, beautiful.
A natural 20.
I don't need my identification.
Roll for. Yeah, you know
okay,
what?
well,
You're welcome.
You got the natural 20. You can roll it again, and let's see if you get another natural 20.
I hope so. I actually hope so.
Please get 3 nat 20s.
Please.
If you get 3 natural 20s on this.
No.
No, you didn't. Well, listen, you don't take the natural 20, you take the lower, but it's still a 22. So that's more than enough to convince this now. Well, he was suspicious. Now he's very concerned about you. I am so sorry, ma'am. The stress of this situation must have caused you great grief. I am going to have 2 of my men take you into their care. We're going to take you to the city services house. And they will house you there until we can personally find Lilith. All right?
All right, thank
All
you.
right. You there, and points to one of the kind of callous city watch. I wish for you to take this fine old lady, this kind woman. No, please stop crying. This kind woman to the city services house near the magistrate's keep, and therein see that she is cared for until I can personally return with news of her daughter's return. Trust me, ma'am, no matter what it takes, I swear to you that I shall find Lilith and get to the bottom of this, no matter what it takes.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You'll be in the country before high harvest time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all for your hard work and your dedication to this.
Yes.
I hope you find those monsters that would do such a horrible
Somebody
thing.
from across the courtyard shouts, "Lieutenant, you're needed." And you see a man in a red coat with a large brimmed red hat with a large feather in it. Perfectly sculpted facial hair and kind of dark eyes. And he stands there very regally in the center of this devastation. Are you done, Lieutenant? We have need of your services. Yes, sir. Yes, of course, Sternward. Inquisitor, I'll be right with you. And turns away from you and starts walking back. So the short of it, Siraye, is that 2 guards are now ushering you through the streets of Waterdeep.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to keep up the act and follow them. And when I see the best opportune moment, I'm going to lose them in a crowd.
All right. Stealth check. I'll give you the advantage because your charade has been very successful.
That's another nat 20.
You're going to pay for this. I swear.
How many is that? How many is that today?
That's been 3 for me today.
Okay, so, but not in a row. So go ahead and roll again to see if you get another natural 20.
I am very scared to what this means
Get out
to
of
me.
here.
I know, right?
I'm over it.
I think that
There's only so much luck.
I feel that only
There's
10.
only so much
I
luck.
feel like it's that my luck is about to run out.
Is this because...
Don't say that.
Or Maglo is just going to get F for the rest of the
Yeah, because we
session.
share luck.
It's because Az
we
is
are the
not
scales.
with us. It's because Az is not with us.
That's true.
And the scales have been horribly tipped. All right. So, yeah. Well, you got a natural 20. Yeah, you slip. It takes about 5 minutes of walking through the streets with these guys. Neither of them are paying close attention to you. They see no threat here, and they're sort of off-put by the fact that they got called off of standing duty to walking duty.
An old lady, like.
Yeah, well, and that's just it too. Is that they're kind of like moving at a crawl's pace with you alongside them. So you do manage to slip out of their grasp pretty quickly, and you disappear into the crowds. And as you do, there is a blinking light that flies up out of the street right in front of you, out of the water. It kind of splashes forward, and you see Busby grasp onto your cloak and scan your face. And you see this light inside of your thing. And Busby seems to recognize you.
I'm gonna grab Busby like a bug. Busby, shut up! And I'm gonna try and duck it to the cart. I'm gonna
you duck into an alleyway.
Duck to where the cart is.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to work your way back. You've been walking through the streets with these goons for a while now, but you do manage to duck into an alleyway, and we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Juniper, you're sitting within your cell.
And that small figure is still there. It's been a few hours. It's very quiet. Doddle, after a while, you've found yourself in a corner and you drift off to sleep.
That's the only reason why it's quiet right now.
You're back in that place. There's trees surround you, and the gurgle of that fountain is close by. However, this time, all of the trees and the leaves above you in this perfect garden, they seem cold. And you're shivering, as in your true elvish form, you open your eyes from your trance in the same position that you were in before. And there is frost across grass. And there are thin sheets of ice covering everything.
But didn't you say earlier that the weather in Evermead is kind of consistent?
I did.
That's bizarre.
June.
Oh no.
You've rolled a natural 20 on your perception. You did not confirm it, however.
That's fine.
You're sitting in your cell, and there's a plume of your breath that escapes your lips. And you shiver, realizing how cold it's gotten. And you caution just to look behind you. And while you can't see anything clearly in the dark cell, you see that small figure is currently huddled up into a corner. And across the bars is a thin sheet of ice.
Goblin? Goblin.
Doddle, Dodalia, you're standing now, and your hand is reaching out to the frozen fountain. The ice has formed where the beautiful elven figures were pouring this water, but it's now frozen ice that falls into a pool. And you reach your hand out, and you're about to touch this, and you hear June's voice break through it all, and you wake, and your hand is touching the wall of your cell, and you see a network of ice formed all around it. You're still encompassed in your metal shackles, but you've got them pressed forward, and there's ice that's forming around them.
Goblin. What are you doing?
Will you allow me to just melt the ice, or do I have to cast a cantrip for that?
As soon as you're aware of what's going on around you, the ice melts and turns to water.
I'm sorry if I caused you any kind of discomfort.
No. Are you good?
Is anybody?
She chuckles at that.
Yes.
She chuckles, but then she turns away from you. Maybe next time, whatever you're dreaming about, you should make sure it doesn't come out into the real world, okay?
I didn't intend for that, but I'll do better next time.
She feels bad. You don't have to do better next time. What kind of goblin are you?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not well versed on what kind of goblins there are.
She turns around. What?
What kind of witch are you?
She rubs the bridge of her nose in frustration. I am not a witch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not a witch, and I'm sorry for being irritated.
I'm sorry that I irritated you.
I don't know you. I don't know this, and June is clearly on the verge of a mental breakdown here.
Do you need a second to breathe? Breathe in with me.
I need earth. I need a goblin who doesn't know what type of goblin they are to explain that, because now I'm confused. But I don't care. But I'm curious. I'm a little curious.
Do you follow Sylvanas?
Why?
There is something in the room over there. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I'm sorry to pry.
What's your name?
Doddle, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
In what room exactly did you see this thing?
Can I point at it?
Okay, Doddle. You don't seem like a terrible person. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Juniper Creed.
That's a lovely name.
Thank you. It appears that I've been a little rough. I'm just very upset about the thing that's in the other room. Doddle. She puts her hands on the bars. Did you see a way out of here?
Not other than the way I came in.
Was there anything interesting about the hallway? Anything on the people who brought you in here, the guards?
Well, the architecture of this place is very lovely, and we passed a woman at a desk with the most beautiful eyes I'd ever seen in my entire life.
You know, I suddenly have the biggest headache, and June goes into the corner and she frickin' meditates.
You can make a religion roll if you like.
I would love to. Not Doddle already charming her way into me and my heart. Oh, man.
There's no roll for that. All right. You're not able to meditate very clearly. You feel disconnected. This building is full of dark sorrow. This keep is a jutting block of stone and metal, and being held within it, you feel even more separated from the natural world than you have in your time here in Waterdeep. And that is saying something, because Waterdeep as a city feels so removed from the natural world that it's hard for you to find your spiritual center here at all. But now, high in this keep, because you do have that slit of a window, and you can see when it's day and night, and you can feel a little bit of breeze coming through it, and you can hear very slight echoes of the city. You just feel removed, and so you can't find your focus, and you can now hear this goblin breathing.
And humming.
Yeah, humming and breathing. She probably has a deviated septum. It's
Doddle.
Yeah, I'm sorry, am I bothering you?
No. I'm gonna sit in front of these bars here and just stare at you for a little bit.
I'm gonna sit and stare too.
Make another religion check. You don't notice anything through your perception.
There's something off about this chick. 12.
Has anyone ever told you that you have some lovely jawbones? They frame your face very nicely.
Thank you. You have very...
You're looking at this goblin with big floppy ears, giant yellow eyes, and snaggle teeth. It's smiling broadly
She's
at
got
you.
blue eyes.
Blue eyes staring at you.
You have very interesting eyes. Look at me, Doddle.
You do.
You've never seen a goblin with blue eyes before.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She clocked that for sure. Where are you from?
From the west.
From the west.
Mm-hmm.
You have beautiful ocean eyes.
No one's described me as beautiful in a while. Thank you.
Doddle, do you want to help me with something?
Sure. It depends on what.
Come closer to the bar. Go to your bar.
I get as far. I put my ear outside the bar, because I think that's all that'll fit.
Doddle, do you want to help get out of here?
I'm afraid not, Juniper Creed. I'm in a bit of a mess at the minute, if that is not abundantly clear, and I'm actually hoping that by going right to the top, even if by accident somebody here might be able to help me.
Do you trust people that much?
I don't not trust people, especially not ones I haven't met yet.
The door on the far end of this corridor, this block of cells, opens, creaks with a powerful strain as the large, heavy, ironclad door.
Can I just run to the gag that was in my mouth and I grab it and I like pull it across myself and cast mending, please and thank you?
The only problem with that is that your hands are currently being shackled. So, real quickly, let's check the cantrip.
It says...
And is it just a verbal?
Well, it says touch. I can touch it with my tongue, right?
All right. So if it has a somatic component, which it does, you and also mending takes a little bit of time, I believe.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I can just hold it in my... I just thought it'd be clever. I can hold it in my mouth.
Yeah. No, I like clever. Please don't ever stop coming up with clear ways. We just kind of sort of stick to the rules.
Maybe they'll walk down the hallway really slow.
No, they're not going to do that. Oh. But yeah, I think you are on the right track here with the way that you're thinking about this stuff. So absolutely great. But you do grab it up off the ground and you shove it into your mouth and you kind of like tousle it about to try to make it work. Let's have you make a sleight of hand check and see with a disadvantage to see if you are able to make this work in a way that it's not detected. No, 8. It's kind of pitiful. I mean, it's clearly it's been broken and you're just holding it in your mouth now. You look a bit like a dog with a chew toy. And there are some silhouettes from the chamber further down as the door opens inward, and a torch is lit from one of the sconces outside of the door, and an armored city watch comes in. This isn't like a lot of the city watches that you've seen. She seems to be of a higher station than many of them. Her armor is a little cleaner. Her uniform seems a little newer and crisper. And she walks in, her cape fluttering behind her as she lights torches throughout the corridor, and it immediately illuminates the entire space. She then walks out of the corridor and walks back in with 2 wooden chairs that she sets in front of your cell, Doddle. They're about 10 feet away from you. They're also about 10 feet away from you, June, but that's their backs would be turned to you for the chairs. And the guard then stands to one side by one of the sconces and holds their halberd at the ready. On the side of this woman guard, she has a sword and a wooden club as well. Two guards enter first, dressed much like this other city watch, and they take positions in the room as well. There are now 3 guards that are holding position within this small block of cells. 2 men then walk into the room. The first is a very elegantly dressed man with a bright red coat and a large brimmed red hat with a dashing cut to it and a feather that drapes off of the back of it. He has a very finely manicured mustache and goatee that have been closely trimmed and well kept. He has very dark eyes and is glowering as he enters, carrying a satchel that is full of a series of scrolls and other material. Trailing just a few steps behind him is a girthy man with a roll of fat that absorbs his neck entirely. He has a spattering of patchy facial hair that is the parody of a beard, with dark hair that just kind of that is wiry and spirals out in various patches across his face. He has a bald head, and his hair that is crowned around the back of his head is slicked down and combed through in a way that plasters it to his skull. He has a bulbous nose and greedy, shifty little eyes that move about the room quickly. His fingers are covered in rings, and he wears a large, well-made blue robe with a series of tassets and scarves that are attached to it, all of them seeming to denote some sort of position within whatever organization he is a part of. There are a great many little glyphs and runes that have been etched along this robe, and whatever station this individual is from, it seems to be important. The 2 men enter, and they stand looking at you from within the cage. So you're the little goblin. You're the little troublemaker.
Well, I don't want to nod, because that denotes that I am the troublemaker, but I also can't say anything else. So I'm just gonna look very nervous, because this is a lot more intimidating than I first thought it was gonna be. Why couldn't I talk to the nice lady at the desk?
Please, why don't you make our guest a little more comfortable?
Oh, no.
And one of the guards steps forward and shuffles through some keys, unlocking your door, and then stepping forward towards you. What do you do?
I stand very still. Very nervous.
The guard goes to untie your restraint, your gag, and just pulls it out of your mouth and holds the scrap of cloth to the other 2 men out in the corridor. The large man kind of looks somewhat appalled, and the other man just continues to glower forward. The guard turns and leaves, locking the door behind them. June, you are seeing all of this. There are guards that are watching you closely. If you get too close to the bars, you hear them move away from the bars.
Put your hands up.
You have caused quite a stir. What do you have to say for yourself?
I apologize, sir. I didn't mean to. I think you'll find that with some explanation, this is all just a big misunderstanding.
You see, Archmage, as I said, things are not always as they appear. Our guest here has secrets. When have you ever heard a goblin with that refinement of their speech? Never indeed, my old friend. It is a rarity to even see one who will address you in the common tongue.
This isn't going great.
And so, I believe our friend has a very long story to tell us. Please, when you are ready, begin with your name. Oh, and should you feel the need to lie to us, he reaches into one of his bags and opens a small wooden box that one of the guards immediately steps forward to hold. And he takes out a stone and sets it on the arm of the chair. It begins to hum as he speaks a word and moves his hand over it. This network of runes begin to glow on the stone, and it seems like just a simple river stone, like a flat, dark stone that is perfectly smooth on all sides, but it's got these little etchings on it that immediately begin to glow, and the stone just very, very audibly vibrates. And you immediately realize that there is some sort of magical energy attached to that. You can make an Arcana check if you like, both June and Doddle.
Heck yeah.
My hands are sweating.
What is with my rolls today, dude?
This
Yep.
This feels like a job interview, but like 10 times worse.
Why did Siraye take all my luck?
Yeah, I was about to say, sorry I took all those rolls, my bad.
I got a 17 though.
All right, you got a 17. This is some sort of artifact that is going to create an effect that operates as a zone of truth.
Great.
Meaning that your lies will be known. Now then, why don't you begin at the beginning?
Go away, Lucy. I'm doing a very serious scene here, Lucy. You can't be crawling all over.
We'll come back to both of you.
Oh man, I love it.
I was gonna say, that sounded like our intro.
It was a callback. The NPCs are now shouting out the DM. That's how that works. Maglo. You and Hawke have been moving through the city. You've actually left the southern ward. You find yourself on the outskirts. You end up at this walled iron gate, and it is marked over the top, City of the Dead, in this beautifully wrought iron signage. The gates are open, and there are people who are flowing in and out of it. Some are in the black garb of mourning, consoling one another. Individuals carrying flowers, most likely to find their way to graves of their dearly departed. However, there are some carts and carriages and some other things that move through this space. The feeling that you get from this is it is a graveyard larger than most cities in the world. these tombstones and statues and mausoleums now, once you cross this boundary, stretch as far as the eye can see. And every once in a while, there are various buildings and mortuaries and temples that are held within the City of the Dead. But the City of the Dead itself doesn't contain many institutions that are not specifically intended for the care and disposal of those who pass away within the city of Waterdeep. It is heavily patrolled as well. There are guards that walk through on regular patrols. You know from the things that you have learned through your studies, Maglo, that the City of the Dead exists specifically because of the danger that has been wrought upon the city over the many, many years of its existence from the forces of the undead. This is a sacred place, but it is also a place that can control and maintain the dangers that necromancy would wreak upon a larger city if there were scattered graveyards everywhere within its boundaries. Here, it is all controlled within a single section of the city, and the walls lead out into the wilderness just past it. And the Sea Ward, North Ward, and Castle Ward are all carefully positioned to be well enough away from the dangers that it would pose without some warning. That said, over the many centuries of its existence, Waterdeep has learned how to maintain and guard against the dangers here. And so you and Hawke have found your way here, having taken a carriage to the gates. You are walking through the streets of this enormous graveyard. Hawke seems distant, far away, unfocused. He doesn't seem to be paying attention. He's not arguing with you, and he's not really saying much of anything as his eyes take on everything around you. Part of you wonders if he's not more at peace here than he is within the city itself. What do you do?
I was kind of taking it in. It's quite a horrifying thing, but also this like magical and technological wonder. It's like with the amount of runes and general like magic and how the place came about. There's a lot to appreciate, but it's of course one of the most horrifying places you can go. Are there any, because of the pure size of the place, are there any people whose job it is to ferry people to a certain part? Like, oh, I want to go to this part, like I want to visit this grave, can you take me there? And then you pay a small fee and then you get taken.
Yes, there are a number of individuals who move about the city who offer services. They're referred to as guides, but it isn't in the same sense that you would expect in a large city and you were sightseeing. These are individuals who carry with them a knowledge of the layout of the city. And they also carry with them a large historical understanding of the more famous sites that are within this place. As terrifying as the City of the Dead is, there is something also beautiful about the construction of it and the idea that this is also a monument to the dead. As you and Hawke are kind of walking through the southern section of the city, hoping to catch someone, there are far less people here than there are anywhere in the city since you've entered. It's much less populated. There aren't people wandering the streets. There are absolutely no vendors selling anything, with the exception of an occasional cart that sells flowers for people to purchase flowers to pay their respect with, and that seems to be fairly limited. However, you do see an individual off to one side. It is a kinku. The individual has dark feathers and large dark eyes and a crooked beak. And they're wearing a set of shabby but finely tailored and fit coat and breeches with a very plumage-like bow tied around their neck, and they waddle up towards you, and they hold up a small chalkboard sign that says "Guide" in the common tongue written upon it, and they look to you and kind of shrug.
Do you need a guide, or are you a guide?
Are you a guide?
No.
No. Are you a guide?
And it's almost
Yes.
like a strange echo of your own voice. And the Kinku nods to you.
Maglo pulls out the scroll and then points to the address. Here?
The strange bird humanoid presses forward and pokes their beak kind of into your face as they're like putting their eye close to the piece of paper that you're holding up. Hawke has snapped out of it for a moment. You can see he has his hand on the hilt of his sword, and that raven-winged hilt is kind of grasped tightly in his gauntleted hand. We're looking for this address. Why don't you just take us there? We'll give you some coin. We'll give you some coin. The figure looks to Hawke and then back to you, and then holds out a feathered, kind of claw-like hand.
5 silver?
Make an insight check.
Do 5.
That is a little. That's fair.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Fair. That's a fair amount of silver. So the Kinku nods their bird-like head and holds out their hand again towards you.
Maglo takes 5 silver out of his little pouch, gives it to the Kenku, then turns to Hawke and is like, I mean, there's not a much better place to hide a couple of dead men, is there?
I don't think you needed to overpay them like that. I don't know if you're trying to impress anyone, but there's no one here to impress.
I mean, I'm hoping that the more money it will keep him quiet. Not that you can get much out of a Kenku
Not
anyway.
that you can get much out of a Kinku anyway. The creature turns, and you're both walking after as the strange bird-like humanoid continues to kind of waddle off. They have a strange gait to their walk where they zigzag a little as they move. And from the back, you can see that their coat is fairly threadbare, but you can see that it's been stitched up in the back in a straight line. And Maglo, you're intelligent enough to figure it out. This suit was worn at some point by a dead man and has been stitched up in the back because the morticians cut the garb in the back and then wrapped the body in it. And so this suit has been taken from a dead person. And the Kinku continues to kind of like claw walk their way down this empty street that is lined with tombstones on either side, looking back to you from time to time to ensure that you're following after.
Maglo goes over to Hawke, is like, can you keep your hand on the hilt of that sword, can you?
Don't worry. I will. I don't think this is going to end well for us. As the two of you kind of continue on. After a while, the Kinku stops and motions towards a street that kind of leads into an alleyway. It goes into a darker section where there are walls that are very closely built together for a number of very square-like, dark, old buildings. There's crenellation across the top as if it were a castle wall. There are these hideous, worn gargoyles that are perched on large pillars. and it goes all the way down, and you get the sense that this is all part of one larger building, and it almost feels like some sort of gated castle, because at the very far end of it there is a series of stone steps that lead up to large double doors that are wreathed in an open portcullis. It has an area to lead horses and carriages off, and you see on the far side of it a long black hearse, a carriage of gleaming black. There are beautiful brass fittings and silver fittings across it that are shaped like these delicate female spirits that are rushing forward as if they're carrying this carriage on their backs and whisking it forward. And there are 4 pitch black horses that are standing there with these dark black and purple tabards that are wrapped across them, the barding for these horses. And there are beautiful black leather straps that link them all together, and a yoke that breaks across with more metal, and it looks like another spirit that has reached out, like a woman with her arms outstretched, flying in front of this carriage. And
is this design like intricate work of the carriage? Is this like standard, or does this feel like this is a custom? Or
yeah, make a history check for me, please, Maglo.
14.
This is not standard. This would be used most likely by the nobility to usher their dead to their final resting places. This, I mean, given the amount of artistry within the working of this carriage, you imagine that only the very wealthy would be able to afford a ride in this. It would have to be someone who had great station within the city, because a common person couldn't dream, even living, of riding within one of these. But the horses are very calm and just stand there, unmoving, almost completely silent. And it's very discomforting because it doesn't feel quite natural. And it's very cold here, and you've realized that you're shivering as you've walked into this place. There is because of the spattering of rain, there is now this heavy fog and haze that hangs over the street itself, and the flickering of a few weak lanterns that are hanging across this courtyard. The Kinku doesn't enter into this street and turns to both of you, looking nervously over their shoulder, and motions for you to move forward. You're a guide.
Me? I'm not. No. You? Yes.
Hawke grabs you and starts pulling you into the street. Come on. We're here.
Okay, all right. First of all, fucking handsy, you can just say.
The two of you walk towards the doors, and you do see a small brass plate on the wall that has the address emblazoned upon it.
Hey, at least Maglo goes to make a witty comment and then just looks at Hawke. There's no chemistry between us, it's fine.
You pound on the door, and like there's a door knocker there, and it looks like a skull that is biting onto a ring.
I do not like dead shit, which is, I know, an unpopular opinion, but we are surrounded by it. Just puts me a bit on edge.
The door creaks open, and you see a tall, thin man with a gaunt face that is extremely pale. He has flowing white hair that is balding across the top, and it wreaths around his neck, and he has this huge
furred collar and these black robes that are very finely made, but very coarse looking. Holding on to a lantern, he holds it out before him.
We're friends of Fiddle Scratch. Yeah, he said that you could help us.
And I am to aid you and your companions, yes?
Yes? Was this not spoken about before?
Follow me, please. He turns and begins walking into the large, blocky building. Do you follow after?
Mm-hmm.
He closes the door. I am Greaves Master Zia. It is fortuitous that you find yourself here at this time.
Very optimistic, man.
I'm Hawke, and this is Maglo.
Hi.
We're here because Fiddle Scratch told us that this was a safe place. Is it? It is safer here than anywhere within Waterdeep. This is the city of the dead. And you will find no other inhabitant of this place who's able to keep your secrets more closely. You see, the dead do not lie. Please, this way. The Graves Master turns and starts walking down the corridor. As he does, you see another figure standing in the shadows, taking the lantern from him. It is a small, twisted figure. They have a hunched shoulder and mismatched arms, one of which drags to the ground, and short, stubby legs that waddle forward. The patchwork, dark brown and black cloak that is wrapped around this figure conceals most of their face, but you see an enormous, watery blue eye underneath all of it, and horrid, twisted scars. Thank you, Besmit. We'll be taking our guests now into the crypts. The figure says nothing and begins walking in front of all of you, leading you down a series of stone spiral staircases.
So what's your deal, then? What do you do here? Are you...
I am a servant of the people. I usher those who need my services into the afterlife. I shepherd the poor souls that lose their way. I am a Graves Master, a simple profession, but one I take great pride in. And you, young scholar, what exactly is your, how did you put it, deal?
I'm a scientist, alchemist. I want to do the opposite of your job. I want to get souls that ain't ready and put them back here.
I wish you well. And the Graves Master stops, takes out this huge ring of keys, and unlocks a large gate. And you see another set of dusty stairs that lead down even deeper. You realize you're going far underneath the city streets now. You're in at least a sub-basement, maybe 2 layers below. And as you were passing through these hallways, you saw a few well-made doors that were closed, but you saw one door that was open, and it had a very lush reading room with a fireplace. And though it looked very cold and Spartan, the pieces of furniture that were in there were extremely well made. However, as you go further and further down, it does feel as if you are entering into a series of crypts.
Where are we staying? Have you got like a second house down here, or?
Well, Fiddle Scratch said that we'd be safe. He didn't say that we were going to be here.
Fiddle Scratch says very little that Fiddle Scratch doesn't feel the need to reveal at the time. He is an old companion, a friend, you might say. However, if I had a copper for everything that Fiddle Scratch didn't tell someone, I would be quite wealthy indeed.
Great.
Here we are.
Long spider-like fingers kind of motion you into a crypt. There are a number of gateways. There are large metal bars that close various areas off, and then there are inset graves with the corpses of the dead, long since passed. Skeletal, dusty figures rest in these insets within the walls. And in the center is a large, flat stone tablet, and there are a series of rolled blankets and some bedding and a small box with bottles of water in it, and a couple of jugs of wine, and a couple of boxes with dried breads and meats inside of it as well, and a single roll of cheese.
This is the extent of the services that we are able to provide individuals in your specific sort of trouble. You do, of course, understand that the courtesy that you will impart upon us here is a certain amount of discretion. I have spent my entire life here within the city, plumbing its depths and ensuring that my place within it is secure. It will not do to have a number of misguided youths causing disturbances in the sanctity of this place. Please, respect the dead around you. Harm no grave. And Besmit and myself will see that you are taken care of until such time as you are able to once again move freely about the city. Do we understand one another?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We do have others who will be joining us. They will be accounted for as they arrive.
We can just come and go as we please, as long as we don't let everyone know that you're here.
If you wish to leave, you will do so through the sewers in front of you. There are pathways that will lead you out and away from the sanctity of this place. I would expect you to only use this passageway in the most grave of situations. Please, do not use it frivolously. There are many who would seek to find their way here.
All right. Maglo goes over and picks up one of the blankets. All right, it ain't the worst place I've slept in.
Yeah, I mean, after having been in the... Never mind.
Hawke just kind of like kicks around some of the bedding. Both the Gravesmaster and Besmit leave up the spiral staircase, and as they do, you hear the clattering of that large iron gate and the locking of it as a number of keys rustle together far above you. Did he just lock us in here?
Yeah, that worst case scenario is seeming way more like the one we're actually in, huh?
Siraye, you have Busby, you have the cart, and you're now moving through the streets. Busby continues to tug at you, directing you where to turn the carriage as you
I'm gonna
move
try
forward.
like Busby because I assume that these things are like pretty rare, and especially it freaking out is gonna like draw attention. So I'm gonna try and like keep it in my cloak
Mm-hmm.
and like let it, I don't know, zoom, buzz, and beep in there. But I'm struggling keeping Busby to shut up.
Okay. Yeah, you're struggling to keep Busby because Busby seems to be panicked, but is pulling you and tugging you as you move forward.
Stop it, Busby. Shh. Busby, I get it. Yes, the bad stuff's happening. I'm following you. Just keep quiet.
So you are being pulled through the streets, and it doesn't take very long before you realize that you are leaving the southern ward.
Busby, where are we going? Okay.
And then
understand
after a few more moments, you find yourself at the gateway to the city of the dead.
You're sure this is where we want to go? All right. Before I enter, can I like look around and just make sure no one's following, or no one's like?
Interesting that you would ask that.
What? I just escaped those guards. I don't want.
Your passive perception has told you nothing, but I'll roll your active perception. No. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary around you. However, I will allow you to make an investigation with a disadvantage.
Okay.
Because you're dealing with Busby, you're driving a carriage, and you're moving fairly quickly.
Ah, the one stats that I have a negative in. Let's hope this one's like a nat 20. Oh, nope.
Yeah, you don't notice. You don't think anyone's following you.
There's the bad roll.
You don't think anyone's following as you're moving through the
Great.
streets.
Okay.
No
one's okay. We're good.
You're led all the way down this long, dark street, and it's surrounded by these hideous stone gargoyles on pillars and a large, blocky building that surrounds you on three sides.
Mm-hmm.
And at the very far end of it is a set of stone stairs that lead up and to a large iron and wood double door.
Mm-hmm.
There's this beautiful hearse in front of it with these very calm horses. And as you pull up, you see a figure standing in the rain, holding a torch. It's a small figure with it looks like a broken back almost, with this hunched shoulder and this one arm that drags down to the ground. And you can't see their face clearly because they're covered by this hood. But there's through the pale light of this this torch that's being held, you do see some sort of craggy, scarred face underneath and a large blue eye.
Cool. I'm gonna keep walking, or keep getting the horse.
You're driving the carriage up, and the figure holds a hand up and is standing in front of you.
Oh shit! And I'm gonna listen, and I'm gonna stop the horse. Does there seem to be a problem?
The figure doesn't say anything, but takes the rein of the horse from the muzzle and starts to walk the horse forward, and motions, pulls you next to the carriage, and then motions for you to come down.
Busby, is this where we're supposed to be? I don't understand. Is that just nod? Just nod.
Busby's pulling you towards the door, and a little light shoots out from your cloak and lands on the address. And that's all that you get.
Okay. I'm going to presume that that's a yes, and I'm going to very cautiously get off the horse and carriage and just be like, do you have a stable for them? Do you work here? The
figure just holds a finger up to their mouth, and you see this just like horribly scarred and deformed mouth as they just hold the finger, this long weird finger, up against their lips, and then motion for you to come forward.
Okay, and Siraye's gonna follow, but very cautiously, because this is very weird.
The figure opens the door, one of the double doors, and leads you in. Do you go in?
I'm gonna look around and see if anyone's following or looking or around.
Mm-hmm. Make another investigation check with a disadvantage, please.
Yep, not great. 4.
No. So you don't think anyone's following you.
All right, and I'm gonna go in.
The door slams behind you as that hunchbacked figure pushes the door close. The figure then moves past you, walking with this lantern, just very slightly looking back every once in a while to see that you're following after.
Can I insight this creature or this thing that I'm following? Like, does it seem dangerous? Does this thing seem like...
You can make an insight
Am I gonna die?
You can make an insight check.
Okay. Woof. 7.
You're uncertain. You are uncertain as to whether or not this figure holds malice towards you. They are certainly not speaking to you. As to whether or not they have ill intent, you are unsure. So, with that said...
I guess I'll continue following then. But I'm just going to be very cautious and on high alert, because...
You're led down a number of staircases through long corridors with closed doors on either side of you. And eventually you get to an iron gate that is inset into a heavy stone wall. The figure stops, pulls keys out, opens the gate, and then motions for you to go through.
What is this? All right. And Siraye's gonna go through.
The figure does not follow, closes the gate, and locks it behind them.
Hey! That, hands on the gate and, shaking it and be like, what's going on here?
The figure walks away, and you're left in the dark.
Hello?
Maglo, above at the steps, you hear Siraye screaming.
What's going on? Hey! Come back here!
Hey, Siraye!
We're trapped down here, too.
This is the place. This is where Fiddle Scratch asked us to come here.
Siraye's gonna go down.
I mean, they did lock the door. We are trapped.
Yeah, but we got the sewers. He said we got the sewers, right?
Are you in a hurry to go back into the sewers, given what happened last time we were in there?
I'm in a hurry to get fucking Doddle out of jail, but what the fuck ever.
Then I think at this point, Siraye walks into the room. What's going on?
You see Hawke on one side of the room and Maglo on the other, and it's just really uncomfortable.
What is going on? What happened to the tavern?
They opened the box. Hawke and Doddle, they opened it. There was now we're all cursed.
They opened the box.
I know. Now we're all cursed.
She looks at Hawke.
And getting hunted by this gang. The gang's so bad that they, as soon as you left, burnt the tavern down and killed a bunch of people. And then Fiddle Scratch was like, "Well, you're all fucks. You got to go to the live in this grave for the rest of your days."
That's not exactly what happened.
I'm not done. And then Doddle killed a man and got sent to jail.
Well, that happened. But the rest of it, you don't understand. We weren't going to just give this thing to Fiddle Scratch. We didn't know anything about what this
You're
was.
right. I don't understand, Hawk. That was not any of our business. We did the job.
Well, we made a choice, and it was the right choice.
Clearly, you made a choice.
The right choice? You're here. You're looking at where we are. You're saying that's the right choice. Thank you, Siraye. I've been dealing with this dickhead all day. I'm glad you're here to back me up. You think that this is the right choice? All right.
I don't regret anything that we've done. We had to do it.
No, you didn't have to do anything. You could have just minded your own business and we would have been completely fine. The tavern wouldn't be burnt down and we would have so much more money in our pockets.
You think that I don't care
jobs.
that the tavern has been burnt down? That's going to haunt me forever.
Good.
I'm upset about what happened to Doddle too. But I'm going to say this once to you, all of you.
Ooh.
We did it because we didn't think that it was going to be safe. You don't know anything about Fiddle Scratch. He continues to lie to us.
That's true.
So you're just going to give a powerful item that you don't know anything about to him without
It's not our job.
Yes. We were asked to do a thing.
Our job. Our job was to get the box, not to care about what it does or where it's going.
Well, I'm tired of things not being my job.
Well, thank you, first of all, for roping us into your little power trip here.
You did. What you did has hurt more people.
Well,
we don't know. We don't know what's happened. The tavern
Thinking that.
burnt down.
I recommend.
And I will make it right.
I recommend, Hawk, that you learn from this lesson.
I've learned.
I hope so. What was in the box?
Fucking goldfish or something. It was like a little fish
Show her.
in an orb.
Show her.
Oh yeah, fuck. This. I pulls it out. This was what's in it. And this is also what they're hunting. We think. Whoever's hunting us. Now, like, stretches his arm out, like, you can take it.
Maglo holds out a gleaming, illuminated ball of water. It looks like glass, but inside of it, the water is perfect. It's blue. It's like crystal blue water, as if you were looking into a really deep, perfect ocean. And inside of it is this beautiful fish. It is a goldfish with these long, flowing fins, and its scales shimmer brightly with this orange, yellow gold that is almost iridescent in themselves. And while it is just a fish, it is probably the most beautiful fish that you've ever seen.
Siraye's gonna take it out of Maglo's hands and inspect it. Is there anything odd about it? Maybe have I heard of such an object before in history, or
You can make a history check with a disadvantage.
another skill that I have a negative in?
This is specifically towards the you got
15. 15.
Yeah, you've heard about this. Fiddle Scratch had already mentioned it, but you know exactly what this is.
Okay, Siraye's gonna just look at it.
You know that there is... No one has really seen it, but the Underworld talks a lot about the Xanathar Guild and the Xanathar itself. The Xanathar is a horrid beholder, a monstrous creature that is an evil outsider that controls Skullport, and some say Waterdeep itself. It is certainly in control of anything to do with the Thieves Guild within the city, and many of the other more despicable guilds.
Anything that happens in the underworld, the Xanathars are in some way associated with it. And now you immediately link it and the understanding of what the Xanathars mean in relation to the small gang that you've been dealing with, the idea of this grasping eye. All of a sudden, your mind goes to all those symbols of a hand clenched around a single eye, and you realize that that also could be the form of a beholder, that symbol was most likely a gang that was operating disguised as something that they were not, when in fact they were probably doing the dirty work of the Xanathar Guild. The Xanathars are nothing to mess with, and as far as the understanding of what that means for you and your companions, if the Xanathars wanted this and you've taken it from them, which, to be fair, Fiddle Scratch did tell you that this was a very important item that had great significance to many of the workings of the city itself. And you now realize that this fish is the fish that is rumored to be the favored pet of the Xanathar, a beloved creature, and while supposedly innocuous, the affection that creature has for this fish could level the city.
I figured what would happen is Siraye would be like, I'm not going to tell any of you what this is, because this could possibly get us all killed. Who was in the room when you opened this box?
Well, I was there and Doddle was there, but that was it. You were out, and we didn't think that Maglo would want to be a part of this. There were, I guess Doddle said there were magics that... It's why she took the box. She took the box and she went into the streets thinking that she could lead them away, and it didn't work. They're tracking this, and he points to the orb.
I have a feeling, now I don't know much about magic or any of that, but I have a feeling that this is a powerful magical item, and I can bet that we have fallen into a far deeper hole than we should ever have been in. If a small gang like the Grasping Eye had a powerful magical item like this, then they must have stole it from a bigger gang. Possibly for territory, or so they can hold some sort of power over their head, but...
Do you know what this thing does?
I have no idea, no.
So how do you know it's a powerful magical item?
Why would it be locked behind so many doors in a special box that then marks the people that open it?
Yeah, that makes sense. It has to be worth something, right?
It has to be worth something, and there's no way that a small gang like the Grasping Eye would have it. I have a feeling that this item belongs to the most powerful gang in all of Waterdeep. The Xanathars.
Oh, well, you love to hear it, didn't you?
So is Doddle already dead?
I think that maybe the best thing that happened is that Doddle was arrested.
Maybe, but I also wouldn't be surprised if the Xanathars have, or even the Grasping Eye, have people in the system.
Okay, so what are we going to do about it? I mean, we can't just let her stay there. We've got to get her out before they get to her, because if they are that powerful of a gang, and I'm just saying, you know, I grew up in Baldur's Gate, and if a criminal wanted to get to somebody who was in a prison, they could get to somebody who was in a prison. Like, there are people that will kill.
I have an idea, I think.
We also might be all right, because she is a goblin after all.
Why would that make things all right?
She has some magic to her, but goblins usually aren't, taken seriously.
It's true.
Yeah, maybe that'll help.
What's
an
your
idea that I've just been flown around is we could try and go to one of the magistrates, get information on Doddle's case, just so we can kind of figure out like what cell she's in, what they're gonna do if they're looking into her more. The people that we spoke to who were at the scene when Doddle killed the guy, they were all just as interested in the fact that she was a goblin that could cast magic, and that seemed incredible to them. And I think they had slightly harder hitters than just generic inquisitors that don't question anything. They're just like, well, this is a done case. So I think that yes, she's probably safe, but I feel like we can get some information on how to help.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think that's a bad idea, actually.
I also don't think that's a bad idea.
It's just yeah, she's just a goblin. Whatever. We've known each other what, like 4 days, a couple weeks. But if they can get to her and she's marked maybe that she has some type of way to get to us. She's powerful, we know that. And, you know, having her on our side's not that bad of a shout.
Hawke goes into a corner of this crypt and like takes one of the blankets and like sets it out, and then reaches into one of his packs and pulls Harold out and sets sets the chicken in the little bedding.
He's been in there that whole time.
Look, I'm sorry, okay? I had to keep you safe. Doddle would have been really upset with me if anything had happened to you.
Oh, that reminds me. Where's my little boy? Where's my little boy?
And then Siraye pops out her cloak and
immediately the automaton shoots out of your hands and into Maglow's arms.
Hi, buddy. You did so well. We had a plan and we saw it through, and it was honestly, it was something to see. And now we're all here. We're banned for a hunt. Well, we're banned for like 40, but hey, good job.
Why don't you do what you do, Siraye, and see if you can find out any more information on what the Xanathars are doing and how we might be able to avoid them? Because I don't know, doesn't it feel like if there's a gang that is going to, like, if they really are going to cause us a problem, this guild, there has to be people who don't like them or work against them, and maybe we can find a way to.
Oh, sure, there are plenty of gangs that don't like the Xanathars, but the Xanathars are the most powerful gang in all of Waterdeep, and they're also tied to the higher ups of Waterdeep, the lords of Waterdeep. So sure, everyone wants to kill the lords of Waterdeep, but it's not as easy as just
I don't know, I just thought I'd put it out there, but if you could do something, you should do it, unless you want to walk into a magistrate's office with Maglo and I.
Well, let's take a rest. We've had, I'm sure the whole thing's a mess. Let's just calm down, take a rest. Doddle's gonna be fine, locked up in that jail for so long. And again, she's a goblin. It's not a big deal. No one's gonna think anything about a goblin.
I don't know. I hope you're right.
So plan, we rest, first thing tomorrow, we go, we save our goblin, and we figure it out from there? I guess so.
What do we do with that? And Hawke points to the orb.
Best bet is to probably pass it between Maglo and I.
Yes, Captain.
So you're going to take it for now?
Sure, I'll take it for now.
Hawke's gauntleted fist grabs onto your shoulder. If you screw us over,
There'll be no hiding from us. I'll find you.
Okay. Then that's it. That's what she's gonna do.
He like turns and starts gathering his stuff up, packing things up.
He's been like that the whole time. Like the whole time, he's constantly threatening us with like fucking.
I don't get it. He's the one that messed up.
He's the one that fucked up.
I can hear you.
Well, we're not whispering, are we?
He's like glowering in a corner. You gather your things and you, Siraye, they inform you about the passageway.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to make a series of rolls. Make a survival check for me.
Okay.
As you begin to guide everyone through the sewers.
18.
Okay, so yeah, you managed to easily navigate through the sewers.
Mhm.
They're crypts. You're just next to a series of these sewers, and you pass by some very dark crypts. It then breaks open into what looks like a fresher cut in the wall, and it leads into the sewer systems. And you're able to lead the group outside of the city of the dead, using your maps and your understanding of this space back into the trade ward. And from there, you and your companions split apart. You go to find out what you can about the keep and where Doddle's being held and the gangs around you. And both Hawke and Maglo go to speak with the magistrate, Mortimer Welber, who is the magistrate of the Southern Ward.
Run a hand, Siraye. I can send Busby with you again. One extra pair of eyes?
I mean, that might be a good idea in case I lose you.
Beautiful. Right, bud.
Great.
Same again as yesterday.
So Busby flies off, and it does seem like Busby's able to find you and to kind of sense your presence, Maglo. So you're starting to trust a little bit more in Busby's abilities to do this.
Just stay on the down low, okay, little guy.
My little guy there.
So you take Maglo's sweet brass boy and head off into the
stick it in my pocket in my cloak
into the pits of the underworld. Busby hates that, by the way.
I don't know that. Siraye doesn't know that. She doesn't understand automatons or like anything. She's like, all right, here you go.
You are very, very aware of how much Busby hates that, because Busby makes a lot of noise and is always restless when you try to put Busby into a pocket or something like that. All right. Anyway, so you're wandering through the streets with this automaton shoved in your pocket. Meanwhile, Doddle, you're looking out through the bars at these two men. And they are staring very closely and very intensely at you. You do see the shadow of June from the flickering torches. It's very bright in the corridor, and your cell has been lit up, but June's cell is a little darker. And you can see that June is just a little behind all of this, watching on. The well-manicured man in red speaks to you. What is your name?
Doddle, sir.
Looking to the stone, the man nods. Very well. Doddle, what occurred within the alleyway where you were apprehended?
I was attacked, sir.
Looking again to the stone, he looks back to you.
I tried to get away to prevent any altercation, but violence ensued.
What spells did you use to fight this attacker?
Well, the one that seemed to garner the most attention was the fireball, sir. I didn't want to use it, but I didn't know what else to do at the time.
To use such magics within the confines of our city, it is wholly irresponsible.
I know, sir, and I'm sorry. I wouldn't have done it under any other circumstances, I promise.
Sorry indeed.
I can't entirely say that I regret it. I regret being in a situation where I had to use it, but I also would not be alive right now if I didn't.
I find the fact that you cast a fireball disconcerting. But what I find even more intriguing is that you know how to cast a fireball at all. Who taught you this magic, little goblin?
A very talented man, sir.
Yes, I imagined that he was a very talented man indeed. But that is an avoidance of the point.
I'm afraid it is, sir.
I would like for you to give me the name of this very talented man.
I'm afraid I can't do that, sir.
And I am afraid you have no choice.
I would have to disagree with you, sir. I choose to keep a great number of people safe, and in order to do that, I'm afraid I can't disclose all the information here.
Impertinence! Yes. Impertinence. You do realize where you are. You've looked around your surroundings and you know that there is no escape.
Yes, sir, I'm not looking to escape.
And are you looking to be executed?
No, sir.
Then I highly recommend you begin to answer my questions.
I'm afraid, sir, to disappoint the people that I love sounds like a fate worse than death.
This is Archmage Smygor. He is a very talented practitioner of the magical arts. When we find situations are difficult, especially where it includes the usage of illegal or dangerous magics, the Archmage here is very talented. Well, thank you very much, Sternwald. It's quite kind of you. I believe you will find that his talents are very specifically pointed towards the arts of divination, seeking hidden knowledge. Do you understand what he's capable of doing, Doddle?
Yes, sir. I do wish that he wouldn't, though.
You will betray your friends and family and allies, whether you want that to happen or not. So I ask you one last time, what is the name of the man who taught you this magic?
I'm gonna look at June's cell for a second. And look back. I'm afraid the truth is rather ridiculous, if I'm being honest. I'm afraid that even if I do tell you, I don't think you'll believe me.
Try me.
If I tell you, will you help me?
My young friend, I can only once again point you to the obvious situation that you find yourself within. You have wrought mayhem and destruction across this city, and the sanctity that I protect has been called into question due to your irresponsible actions. Will I help you? The law will help you, and the law is impartial. Should you tell us the truth, you will do the greatest service to yourself that can be done, because you will be shielding yourself from the various workings of myself and my companion. So, you will tell us who you are, who taught you these magics, and why you are trying to subvert the nature of the peace of Waterdeep.
I'm afraid I have things to protect as well, sir.
You should take the Inquisitor at his word. I have used my magics to great effect. And there are many who have seen its power and felt my fingers working their way through your mind.
For the last time, Goblin, tell me, who taught you this magic?
His name was Berthil Olathir.
Oh. Sternward, may I speak with you outside for a moment, please?
Sternward looks down to the rock and then back towards the mage.
I want for you to prepare yourself. You will be telling us everything. I will return.
And the two men leave the hallway. The guards are still all around, and when they leave, you have a clearer view of June on the other side of this cell.
Can I run up to the bars?
You certainly can.
June, I'm scared.
I walk over to the bars. What are you afraid of?
I don't know if I could say. But I don't think that's gonna matter. I think that's what I'm scared of.
Are you afraid of hurting people?
Mm-hmm.
I look over at the guards and kind of size them up. Doddle, do you remember what I asked you maybe about 15 minutes ago? How do you feel about that now?
I'd like that. And I don't know how.
You wait.
Okay.
The door slams, and as you two are whispering, the guard hits June hits your bars with the butt of their halberd.
Back into your cage, witch.
She's not a witch!
They hit your cage.
Quiet, you!
The man in the red and the mage in the blue step forward.
Guard, I would like very much for you to open this cage, please.
Can I back up to the very end of my cell, please?
You back up to your cell as the guard produces keys and unlocks the cell door, and it creaks open. The man in the red and the man in the blue both step into your cell.
As I was telling you, Doddle, you have caused a great deal of chaos. There are things that we need to know, and my associate and I have discussed it. We cannot trust you. The Archmage is going to take what we need. Smigor, please.
The ponderously large man in the blue robes begins casting a spell as he whimpers magical words under his breath.
What's he doing to cast a spell?
His hands are moving back. He's doing a verbal component, and you can see that he is holding on to a focus of some sort, a gem that is around his neck, a very fine necklace.
I'm gonna try to knock the gem out of his hand.
You rush forward, and I will allow an unarmed strike as you attempt to knock the gem out of his hand, breaking his concentration and ruining the spell.
I like how June told you to just wait. It's like, no, chaos.
No. June was like, wait for the moment.
Is it 13? That's pretty decent.
It's pretty decent. You do rush forward. You are going to incite an attack of opportunity from Stern Ward. However, you do knock the gem in Smygor's hand. I'm going to roll to see if it breaks his concentration. Okay, we'll find out the result of that in just a moment, as now Stern Ward is going to take his attack of opportunity upon you and is going to backhand you across the cell. I swear upon the gods old and new, he rolled a natural 20.
No!
Smack the crap out of her.
Yeah, Doddle. So you're taking 12 points of damage. It is non-lethal, but it just rings your bell as you lift up off the ground as the back of his hand strikes your face.
I'm gonna assume that I healed since my
yes.
long. Okay.
You fall backwards and you hit the wall, and this little trickle of blood works its way down your nose. That was foolish. Smygor continues to cast and completes his spell. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Doddle.
Oh, no.
Can I bite him?
You are currently prone.
Oh.
My belly's doing funny things.
I'm sorry. I hope it's not the storytelling.
No, it's so good. I'm having so much fun.
And like the creepy dude does make my teeth like grind, but I love it.
He makes me want to punch him in the throat.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad he's memorable.
Sorry.
I mean,
honey.
that is your second.
That's why
initiative.
You know who I blame? I blame Fabian and Matthew.
Sorry,
sucking all the luck
Why
away.
you blame me? I haven't rolled well at all today.
No,
Look at this, Siraye. I go last now.
Didn't you get a natural 20? Did I miss that, or did I imagine
that? Was okay. My first roll before we started playing was a nat 20. I ain't taking credit for that.
Doddle, give me a wisdom saving throw, and then roll your initiative, please, my friend.
So mad.
11.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
No, not the 11 is a fail, but that's not why I was owing. I was
That's
owing
what I'm
over.
scared about next.
Yeah, they're well, it's not a bad O for you. Let's just say that Smygor is going to be going last.
What? How?
2 natural ones.
Oh.
Woof.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh. Even though, should I roll again even though it's initiative? I don't
You
think
do
so.
need to roll again, yeah. So because if you get 3, you'll be going after Smygor. You think you got a dirty 20.
Yeah.
So no,
Going
you're not.
before you, Smygor.
Yeah. So yeah, Smygor is going absolutely last.
Suck it.
You did fail, Doddle, and your mind seizes as you feel some force pushing its way into the recesses of your memory, and you start thinking about things that you do not intend to think about. The first thing that comes to your mind is the orb. And the fish that swims within it. And it just you realize that something's happening. You're effectively fogged by this haze of memory that's surrounding you. So you're operating with a disadvantage on any sort of ability or skill checks, and certainly any attacks, unless you can break through the spell with another wisdom saving throw, which you're going to make at the end of every round. All right.
Okay.
But currently you are in the thrall of whatever spell that Smygor is casting, and it is a concentration spell. So if someone is able to break Smygor's concentration, the spell will end.
Doddle, did you roll your initiative? Oh, your initiative is on here as well?
20.
20. Yeah. So you're going to be going first.
Hell yeah.
You are thinking about things that are moving through your mind. But as these memories kind of start reliving them, and the cell bleeds away, and for a moment, you're back at the tavern, you're inside of your room, and you and Hawke are opening the box for the first time and laying eyes upon that orb. And then it stops and you're back in the cell. So what do you want to do on your turn?
I'ma bite him! Just go run up and grab his leg and...
All right, so you rush forward to bite Smygor. There are two things that I'll remind you. You will be moving through Sternward's area, so you'll be crossing his path, which means that he can attack of opportunity again.
I'm a little desperate at this point.
Okay, so go ahead and roll to strike. You do have a disadvantage to try to grab onto Smygor's leg and bite him.
With a disadvantage, that's an 8.
Yeah, so an 8 is not going to be good enough to get through. You do leap forward at Smygor, but Smygor still casting, you can tell, holding on to this glowing now gem, this beautiful piece of jewelry in his hand. It's inset with all these gems and they're all lit up. And he's holding on to it as he continues to speak under his breath. As he's casting this spell, and you feel this encroachment into your mind. And you jump forward at him and you miss. You're lying in the ground and you see Sternward's boot, since he's going next. Or actually, it's the attack of opportunity first, and then Sternward goes on his normal turn. He stomps down at you and actually misses you. So he doesn't hit you, but his boot lands right next to your face. And you can see that he has a sword that he's drawn from his side. It is now Sternward's turn. Sternward levels the sword upon you, doesn't strike you with it, but holds it to you. You can make an athletics check to try to break out of what is effectively a grapple. He's putting his boot on you and holding you down on the ground face up with his sword pointed to your face.
Well, that's a 3.
In that case, his boot is firmly on your chest and his sword is now pointed to your face. Do not move again.
You'll regret this.
It is now the guard's turn, who block the doorway. They are moving away from you, June, and they're now standing around the jail cell that Doddle is in. However, they're not looking at you. It is now June's turn. June?
Bet. Okay. So no person here is looking at me at all.
No one is paying attention to you at all.
Bet she casts Sacred Flame on Sternward's hand.
Okay.
You might think it's Doddle, but oops.
Prison fight!
Prison fight.
Get the other prisoners involved.
Start a riot!
Your spell DC is, I think, 14. Is that correct?
No. 11.
So the flame shoots out and it does burst in Sternward's hand. That I'm assuming you were going for the one holding the sword, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the one holding the sword, and immediately Sternward kind of steps backwards a little as this burst of flame erupts in front of him. Narratively, his boot comes up and then kicks Doddle in the side. I said not to move.
My bad, girl. Hey! You're a little rough with her.
One of the guards turns to you. Shut your face.
I just think that you're being a little rough with someone who you don't even know who they are. Might be a little dangerous for you.
Yeah!
At the end of the round, Smygor acts.
And then Doddle makes another wisdom saving throw. Doddle, as Sternward's boot goes into your side, you feel a sharp crack of pain, and you realize you're lying in the same position that you were at in the grove in your memory. And you're now back there. Dodalia. The lush grass and the beautiful trees are around you. Everything is frozen again. And there's a coldness here. You stand and you feel this breeze work its way across you, and you shiver. And somewhere in the far distance, you hear ravens far, far away, echoing through the sky. And that fountain is in front of you. From the vases that these elven figures are holding, the frozen water pours out.
Now we're closer to understanding the truth, aren't we?
No.
A figure appears on the other side of this fountain. A shadow, wavering, the large, ponderous form of the man in blue.
Now then, my dear, let's find out what your name is.
How do you know this isn't a trick?
Because you're crying.
And down the side of your face, you feel tears working their way across you. Make a wisdom saving throw.
11. I'm gonna throw hands with Smago right here in this grove. I swear, I'm gonna do it.
As your tear hits the ground, it begins raining. And it's cold. You're staring at this figure as it becomes more and more solidified around you, Doddle. It's now your turn. What do you do?
So, if I'm Dodalia, and I'm in this grove, can I still do magic, is the question.
Well, your hands are free here.
My hands are free.
And as is your mouth. So you should be able to cast anything that you want.
But that is the question, because I wasn't able to do that until I got goblinified, because my connection to the weave was weak as hell, so...
So are you the goblin or are you the elf? Which are you?
I don't know.
You could certainly try anything.
How close is he?
He's probably about 20 feet away. On the other side of the fountain.
20 feet? How far can I want to get closer to him. Can I get closer to him?
Yeah, absolutely. You have a movement action, so you walk closer. You easily cross the distance towards him.
To prevent him from running away or anything, can I say, fine, I'll tell you everything.
That's more like it.
Then I'd like to walk towards him. And where are you? There you are. Once I get as close to him as I can, I would like to spit in his face, please and thank you, and use that drop of water to cast tidal waves, so I picture the water from the fountain, like, splashes him.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so that's a dexterity saving throw on his part, I believe. And if he succeeds, he only takes half damage.
Conjure the label loser.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but your boy Smygor rolled another 1.
Oh, I love to hear.
Interesting. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. You cast the spell, you spit into his face, and there's something about his form here that doesn't seem solidified.
Oh.
However, it does hit him square in the face, and it's kind of like a ghost-like figure, a mirage, an echo, if you will. And the water blasts out of this fountain, and your hands are outstretched. And the power with which you're doing this, it's greater than you've ever experienced before. And you begin trembling as the water melts and the ice around you, the snow around you melts. And immediately the grove catches on this fire with blue energy all around you. And you're not throwing water out of this fountain, you're shooting blue flame. And Smygor is in the middle of it. The Archmage screams in pain. And you break his concentration. And as you're unleashing this arcane storm before you, your figure begins contorting and melting into that of Doddle. And you are the small, floppy-eared goblin at the end of the spell. And this figure of Smygor dissipates and disappears. And the grove around you is fully gone. And there's only wavering wisps of the fountain and trees. Everything around you seems to have dissipated, and you're in a misty, open emptiness. And then you drop, weakened from the effort of what you've just done. And your eyes open, and you see Sternward standing over you. And it's now Sternward's turn. And looking to Smygor, who has just screamed in the cell and been thrown backwards as blue flame erupts out of nowhere on his person. The Archmage stumbles backwards and hits the wall as the guards rush forward to try to put him out and hold him down. Sternward looks back to you. And there's caution in the glance that he gives down at you. He pulls out a small glass vial and breaks it in front of you, and a plume of smoke immediately begins to fill the cell as he steps backwards. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
What? 19.
You resist the effects, although immediately you begin feeling woozy as if you're drifting away in a dreamlike sleep. But you resist the effects and you remain awake.
I don't know if I can wait for June and Juniper anymore. Can I run? Where the opening of the cell is?
It is now the guards' turn.
Right.
They have rushed over to Smygor. Two of them are putting Smygor out. The other two help Sternward step back out of the cell as Sternward is retreating back. And so they're guarding Sternward. They leave you be on the ground in this cloud of smoke. While you haven't succumbed to the effects of it, you are lying still within a cloud that was meant to put you to sleep. So the assumption probably is that you are in fact asleep. The other two guards drag Smygor out of the cell, and the cell is about to be closed, but they are currently still doing that. They'll finish that next round. June, it is now your turn. You're witnessing all of this chaos. What would you like to do?
Oh yeah, there's like little sticks and stuff near me, right?
You have sticks, there's straw, you have stuff in your hair. There are little broken pieces of things all around you. The cell is fairly dirty.
Bet. Okay, she's gonna... June's gonna thorn whip to keep that door open, and she's gonna try to latch onto it.
So yeah, picking up a little bit of straw and some little bundles of sticks, you immediately kind of tap into yourself, and this vine grows out of nowhere as you shoot it forward. The door isn't going anywhere, but you are trying to hit it with a specific... do you want to use acrobatics? I feel like acrobatics is probably good.
Yeah.
Make an acrobatics check to try to strike and entangle the door.
14.
You do hit and wrap the thorn whip around the gate. You don't have the best grip on it possible, but you definitely have struck your mark, and the vines begin growing around it.
Cool, I feel like Wonder Woman. Doddle! Run!
Run. I won't leave you, though. I don't know.
Get the heck out of here. That's all she says to you is just run. She's holding on, girl.
How far can... It's not my turn.
Yeah, I know.
Smygor's turn.
Wow.
Mr. Set a Fire.
All right. Smygor shakes free of the spell, and it doesn't look like he's actually physically burnt, but his robes are completely singed, and his beard has been burnt off in one whole section. However, his skin and his flesh doesn't seem that wounded, and there's a couple of glowing runes on his robe. However, his finely manicured garb has been ruined.
Why couldn't he just roll a 1 and die?
Smygor produces a small gem from a pouch, and it is crystal clear and finely wrought. It's about the size of his eye, and he raises it up and looks into the cell and murmurs a word as the gem begins to glow. And that's all that he does. It's now the start of a new round. Doddle, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna do what Juniper told me to, and I'm gonna run.
Hold the door.
Okay, so yeah, there's a vine that has grown out of Juniper's hands and has wrapped around the cell door and is keeping it open as guards are starting to rush towards it. You run out of the cell. 2 of the guards immediately have attacks of opportunity upon you. Well, let's just see how they do. First one is going to miss. Second one, I'm not sure. And also, I have to take into account that you don't have your equipment on you.
No.
Let me make sure.
Which door? Which door? Which side does the door open on? Like outward, but like
it opens outward. Yeah.
Which side?
What do you mean side? Do you mean like does it open in between you and the?
Like is it open? Like does it open out
I
to the
see,
right
I see.
or the?
It opens out and into the right, which means that it opens so that the open part of the doorway is more or less pointed down the corridor towards the doorway out. If that makes sense.
Bet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So they do hit you. This is non-lethal. It is a club strike as the guard hits you with the wooden club for 3 points of damage.
Ow.
How many hit points do you have left, Doddle?
21.
21. So it does hit you. It doesn't knock you completely
unconscious. You don't think that they're going to be as kind in the future, trying to hold you back. But the first one hit you and missed. Hit at you and missed. The second one hits you and you feel your shoulder kind of bruised as this wooden club hits you on the side as you slip right past. Hold there, you! Stop! As you slip right past. The whole time, Archmage Smygor continues to follow you with his glowing gem watching you.
Do I still have movement?
You have enough movement to get to the door.
I'm gonna go up to Juniper's cell where it's
Oh,
locked, and I'm
okay.
gonna try and hit the lock.
With what? Your
With my fist.
Okay, so
What are you doing?
So go ahead and make an unarmed strike against the door of the cell, as your metal restraints hit on. You got a natural 20 on an unarmed strike. So you hit the lock. All right, I'm gonna give you the shot here. Roll it again. If you get 2 natural 20s, I swear to you, you're not gonna have to make any further rolls. And the door will just no.
2.
Damn.
You got a 2. That was impressive, Doddle. So let me go ahead and see how this lock holds up. All right. So, Doddle, you reach back and you strike the lock, and there is a weird rumble as the metal pinions inside of the door break free, and the door just slightly squeaks open inward into June's cage.
I got you.
You've heavily dented your constraints, and you feel this reverberation of metal that it's worked its way through your body to the back of your teeth. But you did actually break the lock, and the door to this cell has swung open, completely against all odds. You have managed to break this cell door open.
Hell yeah.
So that means that your turn is done. You are now standing in the center of the corridor. The door is now open. It is Sternward's turn. And Sternward is going to step forward and is no longer going to be taking careful actions with you.
Oh.
Sword in hand, he steps forward, seeing where this is going. You've given me no choice. And immediately swings at you. And hits. For 10 points of damage. Piercing. And you feel like as the door creaks open, June, you see Doddle go stiff as the tip of a blade pierces through her shoulder, and you can see Sternward standing behind her. Second action, I need you to make a contested grapple with me as he's trying to pin you to the wall. So make an athletics check or an acrobatics, your choice.
Acrobatics +3. 12.
You do not escape as he pushes forward with the blade and actually pins you to the wall. And so you're facing the wall with this blade pierced through your shoulder, and it hurts incredibly. And it's gone all the way through, and it's pushing you into the stone, and you feel trapped and you can't move. As that door has just opened, it's just cracked open a little bit, you know? And you're not certain, June, but you don't know that Sternward is aware that that door is now unlocked. Sternward's turn is done. It's now the guards. They are, 2 of them go and they block the doorway out. The other 2 stand by Smygor as Smygor continues, enraptured, to watch Doddle with this strange glowing gem
in his hand. June, what would you like to do?
She's gonna take her freaking movement. And she's gonna go and burst through that door. Oh God. So which side it doesn't matter. She goes to the side where they are, where he has her pinned. You might want to put her down where this entire hallway is gonna grow spikes.
Okay, so you stepped out of your cell?
Yes, I did. You're guarding the wrong door, fellas.
All right, so you have stepped out of the cell. Your hands are extended. These vines are around you. And you make this threat. Make an intimidation check, please.
No. I don't know. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well.
Sternward looks to you and smirks, and then looks back at Doddle. You may want to get back into your cell, or else this small goblin will pay the price for your impertinence.
Brain blast. Okay, she's gonna keep her arms outstretched. So there's clearly something going on with that goblin, right? Something different? And you're just gonna try and kill it?
I have been a member of the Inquisition of Waterdeep for more years than you've been alive. Kindly find yourself back in the cell and I will handle this investigation. Thank you.
You're not handling it very well. You don't know who you're dealing with.
Guards, seize her.
Screw it. She's gonna... This might hurt them a lot. They might die. Who cares? Wind wall it in front of that door to push them back out.
All right, that's a dexterity saving throw as you release a wind wall in this small confined area. It's a strength saving throw. They both fail, so you can go ahead and roll your 3d6 bludgeoning damage.
They can go ahead.
Or 3d8. It's 3d8.
Suck my butt. I got 12.
12. So yeah, you clatter the two guards up against the wall with this gust of wind, and they hit the ground, pulling themselves back up. It doesn't look like it deeply wounded them, but they're definitely bruised and battered now. So with that, we'll come back to the two of you. Siraye, you're traveling through the city. Tell me where you're going to go as you start to enter back into the southern ward.
Our neighbors are doing things. I think I'm going to check with some of my connections and see what's going on, what they've heard, if gang movement, I guess, I don't know, things like that.
Okay, so you start moving through outside the Caravan of the Stars in the central area, the same place that you had gone to find Rosy Glimmerspark. Outside of this area, though, is the Magister's Keep. And the Magister's Keep is a large, very well-fortified castle in the center of this area. Standing before the Caravan of Stars, it is a testament to law and order within this section of Waterdeep. In front of it, unlike previous years, there have been a series of gallows that have been erected. And while Waterdeep has been known for its kind, humane treatment of even the most difficult of criminal elements, the Southern Ward and the Dock Ward particularly have taken to some more draconian styles of punishment to try to divert the huge amount of crime and the influx of undesirable activity that has occurred within the Southern Ward recently.
That's not good.
But this has
like
been
that.
this way since you arrived
Okay.
in Waterdeep
well,
yourself.
Still,
It's not great.
not
though.
a fan.
So you manage to travel through the streets here, and you see this massive keep, and there are individuals who are currently being tried in the open air in front of the Magister's keep, and there's a large crowd that is bustling around it. However, on the outlying area of this cul-de-sac are a number of broadsheet sales folk. You know the truth, however, that most of these broadsheets are secret communications between the various underworld guilds within Waterdeep.
Okay, so I'm gonna go up to one of these kids,
Right.
and I'm gonna take out a 2 copper. Be like, can I get a broadsheet for the day?
Your contact is at Hulbrandt's record,
Okay.
and you know that they have connections to the Grasping Eye and a few other of these underworld gangs. All
Okay.
right, and your contact's name is Jack Puncher.
Okay.
And are you in the cart right now? Did you take the cart, or are you just walking on foot?
Did I take the cart? I presume the boys took the cart. Because there are 2 of them and just one of me.
Sure, so you're on foot.
Yeah.
So you walk up to this small wooden hut, and you see this young man who is leaning heavily onto a wooden crutch.
Okay.
And has his one
I know
leg
this kid.
held up.
Yep.
Yeah, you know this kid. And
I'm
he has
gonna
a
walk
dirty
up.
face and a pair of a vest that's like a little too small for him. That's been buttoned up the wrong way.
Right.
And he has a dirty face and kind of a shaggy, dirty hair.
I'm gonna take out 2 copper. I'm gonna be like, may I have the broadsheets for the day?
Oi there, Siraye. Good to see you again. It's been far too long.
Good to see you too. Can I have the broadsheets for the day?
What brings you to this part of the Southern Ward?
The broadsheets.
Oh, well, I'll see that you get the best of the broadsheets. You don't have any information you'd be looking to share, would you?
No, nothing new, unfortunately.
Nothing new, she says. Nothing new. Well, if you just come with me, Mum, I'll see that you're well taken care of.
And Jack begins kind of limping heavily with his crutch around the back of the broadsheet stand.
All right, and Siraye follows.
As soon as you're back there, kind of out of the view of the public, Jack sets down the cane and walks very confidently over to a pile of broadsheets, cuts it with a knife, and then picks up a set of pages from the bottom of it, pulling them out, shuffling them together. I think this is going to be what you're looking for, Siraye. Here you are, and hands you a broadsheet.
I'm gonna look it over and see if it is what I'm looking for.
That'll be 1 gold.
Well, I don't know if this is what I'm looking for. How do you know what I'm looking for?
1 dragon, please. A golden dragon? That's the going rate for the information you're asking for.
She pulls out a golden dragon and gives it to him.
All right, that will purchase my discretion. Now then, what are you looking for?
Well, the news on the street. What's going on?
Well, you've got it. I've given you a broadsheet. That's the news on the streets, right?
Okay. And then I'm gonna look it over. Any bounty on anyone in our party, item lost, and if turned in, just anything that might mention the Xanathars are looking for someone or something, or the Grasping Eye is looking for someone or something, or any of that. Any territory dispute, if there's some dispute between the Xanathars and the Grasping Eye, any of that stuff.
There is coded information inside of this broadsheet, and you notice that the various stories on the front of it are very innocuous. It's things like, mercantile goods reach an all-time high in the Southern Ward. Magistrate Mortimer Welber cleans up the streets, and it's lots of just like really boring looking broadsheet articles. However, when you start to look on the back of the page, you start to notice that there are little crossword puzzles and other things that have been added into the broadsheet that have been partially filled out. And as you start to unravel the code, which you discover that there are activities that are happening with the Zentarum that are specifically at odds with the Xanathar Guild. And there's a lot of turmoil currently within the city. Additionally, there is a rumor that a series of shipments that have come in from overseas have arrived in Waterdeep and are threatening to cause a great deal of disturbance within the dock ward because they were bringing very strange magical cargo. Creatures of magical blood that were fairly numerous, and also shipments of strange alchemical components. And that a number of these ships have been put into dry dock, and investigations from the city have begun. And that anyone who's in the dock ward currently who's harboring any of these illegal goods is recommended to stay hidden for the next couple of weeks. Well, did you find what you wanted, Siraye?
Not all of it.
Old Jack Puncher's here to help. I'd be happy to assist you, if you have enough coin, that is.
Do you have anything, I may have to, break in to, a establishment. Do you have anything that could help me, maps or...
Oh, well, you're looking to perhaps crack a safe or maybe rob a merchant? Sure. I have a number of connections with the city itself. I could get you the blueprints and architecture for any number of the buildings around here.
How about the jail?
You're not joking.
No, I'm not.
What have you gotten yourself into?
I haven't gotten into anything. Someone else has.
Well, look, if you want to just end it all, I could sell you a fairly good blade.
No.
It's suicide. You couldn't possibly be thinking of trying to break into the keep. What if I did have certain information about the keep? What would that be worth to you?
Well, how much money do I have? I don't know. I only have 3 gold here.
Well, my friend, it's been a pleasure doing business. I hope you enjoy your broadsheet. He grabs his crutch and starts walking away weakly again.
How much would you want for it?
I couldn't give this sort of information up for less than, shall we say, 50 gold?
I don't have that now. However, I am about to come in to quite a bit of money and can happily pay that once I get it.
Broadsheets for sale. Broadsheets.
I don't have that money, so I can't buy it. So
how much coin do you have?
I have literally 3 gold. I'm not lying.
I find that so hard to believe.
I spent 1 gold just now. In the previous episode, I spent 2 gold, or I spent 1 gold on him. And I think some copper, but I didn't count the copper. And then I only started out with 5 gold. So.
All right. Yeah. Well, that is what you have. As you're about to leave, Jack Puncher stops. All right. I understand you're having a hard time. What do you have in collateral?
Nothing besides the clothes on my back and my spear, and I'm gonna need both of those.
Well, it seems as if, ma'am, you are ill-equipped to undertake such a very difficult criminal...
I'll tell you what. I'll pay you 10 gold in interest. It should only be a few days before I get the full amount.
I want 3 gold now. I want 100 gold when you're done. 100 dragons. Sight unseen with the 3 gold now. That's my only offer. Sorry, Mum. It's hard days.
Tell me about it. Yeah, no, I'll be like, fine.
All right. Gold, then. 3 gold now. Don't forget that part.
And she hands over the 3 gold.
He, the little hourglass-shaped gold pieces, he tosses them up, catches them, and throws them into a pocket as quick as you could, and looks to you, smiles, and then reaches into his back pocket and hands you a folded-up old broadsheet that's wrapped up with a string, with a piece of twine. Now then, if you were to get caught with this, where did you get it?
You have nothing to worry about.
Very well, here you go. And he hands you the wrapped up piece of broadsheet.
Well, it's a pleasure doing business with you.
Always a pleasure doing business with you as well, Mom. And he turns, broadsheets for sale. The Hildebrand record. And you are now standing alone on a busy street. Maglo. You find yourself in inside of the magistrate's keep. Hawke is standing next to you. There's a very nervous-looking older man who is standing and staring at both of you. I understand that you are here to speak with the magistrate, but I have yet to fully understand why the magistrate should speak with you.
We're just in a bit of a bind at the minute, and we just need like 5 minutes just to talk to them about something, about a case in the keep that's real interesting that happened earlier today.
Well, you can leave that information here in a report, and I will get it to the magistrate.
I need to speak with them, like, personally, so it could be like we could trade.
We could, I suppose, trade, but if I take your report, I could then take it to the... You do not need to speak directly to the magistrate. Not everyone who walks off the streets here is able to just march into that office. I know. Officiant here. I do have some small amount of sway with the city. I have worked for years to establish a rapport with the people. Just tell me what you need to say, and I'll see that it gets there.
Al looks over to Hawke and shrugs.
Look,
listen.
You're going to take us in there right now. I am not. As I have explained to you, the magistrate doesn't just open his doors for anyone.
All right. Listen, a friend of ours has been arrested, and we need him out. We have information on someone that it's so important that we speak to the magistrate. All right, and I know you don't fucking know us, but you just gotta trust us. All right?
It's
very important that we speak to them.
Persuasion check.
Oh. We got a +1. Hey, we got a +1. We got some flash the genius. 18.
18 is pretty good.
18's pretty good.
Well, I can't
in and
make
out.
any promises, but if you wish to wait, you and your rude friend here, I can see if the magistrate has an opening sometime in the next couple of hours, but there's no guarantee.
All right. Okay, sure.
I don't think that many of you take into consideration how difficult it is being a public servant in one of the busiest cities in all of Faerun.
I know how hard it is.
Just
I know.
run up to my desk telling me that I have to do something. I have years of experience.
No, I know. Hey, listen, I've pushed papers. I know how hard it is. I get it. You and me.
Do. Your hand cramps up after a while. You're writing with the ink, and the quills are not comfortable.
And just
They
covered,
can
and
afford.
then you get an itch, and you scratch your face, and you got ink all over your face. Now you look like an
I
idiot.
can't tell you how many times I've done that. It's
awful.
embarrassing because you don't realize it at first, and then you walk around and you have a smudge on you. Look,
And you
just
scratch
have
your nose.
seat
You got a
here.
mustache.
Let me see what I can do for you, young man.
All right, thank you.
You're such a nerd.
Listen, it got the job done. At least I'm not fucking swinging my dick about.
So the two of you sit there. Some time passes, and I want you to make 3 natural, or just roll, not natural 20s. You're not going to get natural 20s. Make 3 rolls, d20 each, just straight unmodified.
All right. Do you want me to make them one after the other, or all at the same time?
One after another, and I'll tell you when to stop.
3.
Keep rolling.
Pathetic. 8.
Keep rolling.
So bad. 12.
All right.
Listen, we had slow progression there. If we keep going, I'm going to be hitting 20s all the time.
Yes. Yes. So you both are sitting there for a very long time. Hours go by. You and Hawke are just kind of in this uncomfortable silence as you're sitting inside of this huge hall. And there are marble archways, and there's a huge statue on the far side that denotes this powerful armored figure holding a pair of scales in one hand. And beneath it is this desk where this clerk was sitting, and there are city watch that are marching in and out at all times. And there are a number of job boards that are posted on the far sides of the entrance of this hall. And every once in a while, you'll see individuals come from outside, step up to one of the boards, do a once-over, perhaps take a card or something off of it, and then continue about their business. People are ushered in and out of a set of double doors on the far side of this large chamber, and all of this occurs over a number of hours. On the 4th hour, go ahead and roll another 20-sided die.
6.
Nothing happens. You've been there for 4 hours. People continue to shuffle through. The clerk every once in a while kind of smiles, but doesn't give you very much attention. Do you wish to continue to wait?
You can go if you want. I can do this.
No, I'm here. You don't need to do this alone. You may not think it, but I can be persuasive.
Oh, I know you can. I'm sure of that.
Go ahead and make another roll for the next hour, please.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I rolled twice. That's an 8. Oh, we're rolling below 10s today. We're doing gorgeous. Loving this. Thank you,
Another
Fabienne,
hour
for ruining my...
Another hour passes by. Hawke is obviously getting restless, but has just kind of been standing there. You're sitting at one of the benches. I'm going to make a perception check for you. You notice that the people who are walking in and out of this door that's behind this clerk all have the same sigil on their armor, or they produce it from a coat or a pocket or something, and it's a simple sigil that they're showing and they're stepping through. Do you want to make another check here? See if the next hour brings you any luck.
Oh, fuck, dude. The rolls I've been making are 3, 8, 12, 6, 8, 3, 4.
Yeah, so it's getting late in the day, and people keep moving in and out. It's becoming very clear.
Anything on the job board? I would have walked over there in like the last 5 hours.
Yeah, listen, there are lots of things on the job board. There are individuals who are looking for mages of certain skill sets. It all seems to be for legitimate trading purposes. There's bounties and wanted posters. There's someone known as the Black Viper who is wanted, who is a criminal who has been active within Waterdeep recently. There's a reward for 500 gold pieces.
Maglo takes the thing off, and then is there like a picture on it?
Yeah, it's a figure in a cloak with a mask. It doesn't, have a face on it. Could be anyone.
Think he's coming after us? This guy?
I hope not. I'm tired of everyone coming after us. Why would you even say that?
Because he might be.
Well, they might be now.
Because I said it out loud? I'm sorry, is he the fucking Baba Yaga? Is he now going to come after us because we said his name?
You're insufferable.
Oh my god, I'm trying to make small talk with you. We've been here for 5 hours.
Well, it only took you 5 hours before you started to come at me again. So congratulations on that.
Oh, oh god.
Perhaps you'd like to make some sort of pointed suggestion as to how I should handle myself next time we have a magical box in our hands.
Not opening it would be number fucking 1, dude.
I shouldn't have said anything.
I'm not even supposed to be here. Do you really think that I need to be here trying to protect your fucking ass? No, I don't.
You aren't protecting me. I'm protecting you.
I could fucking go. You have a whole fucking gang of people on you. Siraye and I are here literally You know what? I'm not fucking...
Who was it who had their book stolen because they weren't paying attention? Would any of this happened in the first place if you'd taken care of that book that you were holding on to?
A book that I got back within like 10 minutes is exactly the same as one of the most powerful fucking artifacts in all of fucking Waterdeep.
I'm glad you agree.
Take it as a compliment, bud.
The two of you are arguing, and roll one more time.
12. Highest is 12 today.
So the clerk walks over to you. Okay, look. You have less than a quarter of an hour with the magistrate, but I can't have the two of you arguing out here any longer. So just make your case to the magistrate and get out. Very busy man with very important work to do. You should be quick about it. And the clerk turns, follow me.
All right, fine. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Two armored guards step in front of you, and there is a small table. We need you to relieve yourself of any arms you may have.
Hi.
I can't. Fine.
Be careful.
But I'm getting this back. And Hawke sets down his scabbarded sword and a bunch of other weapons. He's pulling out boot knives and a couple of other weapons, sets them all down. They're at the table. There are two guards standing by it. It's a busy lobby. If somebody wanted to steal something, they'd have to get past a lot of guards to do it. Another guard then guides you through a number of hallways into a very large, well-appointed library filled with books and a number of statues of various individuals throughout the history of this region. brass statues, marble statues. There's fine art hanging, bowls of flowers and fruit on various tables that are highly lacquered, and a very large desk that is intricately carved to look like the individual that you saw on the outside of the lobby of the big gallery, where there are armored individuals holding on to these scales, but they're shouldering the desk as well. So it seems like they're holding up this ponderously huge desk. And in a large,
waited here.
In a large plush chair, sitting behind this desk, is a gray-haired old man whose head is back and is sleeping deeply in his chair, snoring.
Hawk, I'm going to need you to say the first few fucking words, because I swear to God, I'm going to lose my shit. We've been waiting this guy to have a fucking power nap.
Before you say anything else, the door closes, and standing on the other side of that door is a very serious-looking woman who is wearing a set of blue and gold robes that are emblazoned with official seals of Waterdeep. There is the crescent moon and the mountainside double crest that you can see emblazoned on the side of these robes. And her hair is a beautiful platinum color, but has been braided very neatly behind her. She seems to be of middle age, but the few wrinkles across her face do not in any way diminish her beauty, but rather add to it. And there is a sense of knowledge and understanding in her eyes as she steps forward regarding both of you. Hello, my name is Riana Belleview. It seems, according to our clerks, that you are very insistent on speaking with the magistrate. Is that true?
Oh, yeah. It seems like he's busy, though, so would you want us to come back in 5?
No. I would prefer you did not come back. Please, both of you, have a seat. And she points to a pair of plush chairs that are in front of this desk, and she steps up the little platform and then leans against the desk, almost entirely eclipsing the appearance of this sleeping old man. Now then, I understand that you have something you were hoping to say. Please say it now.
We wanted to speak to the magistrate, so...
You're speaking to me. Speaking to me is the same as speaking to the magistrate. Continue.
Hi, my name is Specialist Maglo and of the Neverwinter Army, and I need a favor really bad. A friend of ours has been arrested for a crime that, I'm going to be honest with you, they probably did commit, but they didn't commit without reason. We've gotten into a lot of very bad shit. There seems to be a gang who's hunting us because of reasons. And the person who got arrested is... we need him out. And I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but we do. It's important. They're not fucking not going to last. The people who are after us are apparently so extremely powerful that they have hands in every single pie all around Waterdeep.
Would that be the Xanathars?
Aye.
She's absent-mindedly turning a ring that's on her finger, on her left hand. That's very interesting, Maglo Mandori. You can see that there's a little glint in the ring in the gem on inside of it. Every word that you've just spoken to me is truth. I find that very interesting.
Have we just walked into a trap here?
No, but you might have. The wrong city official, the wrong words spoken to the wrong member of the city watch. I imagine the wrong misstep at this point in your journey could have easily led you into a pauper's grave. Yet here you are, alive. And what was your name again? Hawke, ma'am. I'm Hawke. The two of you are speaking to me about the goblin that was apprehended in the Southern Ward. And I believe the tavern, the Golden Owl, that was destroyed this morning, that is also what you're speaking about?
Well, you're certainly clued up for an assistant, aren't you?
You would do well, Mr. Mandorian, to remember that nothing in Waterdeep is exactly what it seems. And that just because something may look a certain way, you can almost be assured that it is more than what you are able to perceive with your two eyes. You may see an assistant, but I can assure you that were Magistrate Welber awake, he would very quickly and curtly kick you to the curb. You see, speaking to me is far better than speaking to him, because I actually care.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I definitely know that I'm speaking to the right person.
The nobility in this city controls everything when you look at it from the surface. The truth of the matter is that the nobility are less than active in the work that they supposedly have every birthright to. Many of the nobles find themselves more indulged in pleasure than they do in the actual ruling of this city. It is left to us, who come from common birth, to find our way, to build ourselves up into positions of power. And sometimes that means that you have to shield yourself behind a sleeping old man to be able to do the things that need to be done. And it works just fine for me. But we're not here for you to talk to me about my position or how long I've had it. We're here to talk about what you've done to kick the hornet's nest known as the Xanathar Guild. So let's start at the very beginning, Mr. Mandorian, or perhaps you, Hawke. I see that you're at a loss for words. Does this one talk for you all the time? No, he doesn't. But what he says is right. That goblin, she has to be freed. Why is that? She just does. She just does isn't how the wheels of justice work here within my city. The code legal is very clear. Your friend was casting dangerous magics in the middle of the streets. You're absolutely right, Mr. Mandorian. That is going to cause them to be locked away. And while you thought that you were just sitting in the grand lobby waiting for something to happen, I have been doing some research. And I have found out a little bit more about who is at my door. I don't have all of the information. But am I wrong in assuming that you come to us from Neverwinter?
Why? Roundabouts.
And you're from Baldur's Gate, is that correct? A long time ago, yes. There are some things I don't know, and I would like for you to illuminate me. Why is the goblin important?
He's a friend. and is in deep as shit as we are, so...
You're being very quiet again. I'd rather not say. Well, if you'd rather not say, then I'd rather not help you.
She knows something about the place I'm looking for. That's why I want her.
What place is that?
Teowin is a city in Evermeet.
Evermeet. You seemed so logical. And now I'm wondering, are you seeking buried treasure, Maglo Mandorian? Children's tales? We know that Evermeet exists, but for anyone to think that they could find it without the express permission of the elves is ludicrous.
Seeking it because no one tells me what to do. No one tells me what I can and can't find.
Perhaps you would be better suited chasing rainbows in an open field.
It's not much to claim if you just find a rainbow.
Either way, I can't promise anything about the goblin. It's out of my hands. The Watchful Order is now deeply involved in this matter. Do you know who they are?
I mean, we've heard stories.
The Inquisition is controlled by Castle Ward itself. Our sphere of power here within the Southern Ward stops as soon as they and the Watchful Order are involved. The Mass Lords themselves have taken interest in this situation, which means that the highest authority within the city is going to be looking into the very unfortunate events. I can promise you that Magistrate Mortimer Welber will not be executing the goblin unfairly, and that as long as the goblin cooperates, she will find clemency, at least until the investigation is fully completed. Your friend's life is immediately in danger. And if you have upset the Xanathars, I guarantee you that absolutely no one is going to be entering this keep and taking her. That would also be ludicrous.
So you can't help us?
On the contrary, Maglo Mandorian, I'm going to help you. But I require your assistance as well. You say that you're a specialist. You're trained in the arts of observation and academia?
I ran a small unit in the Neverwinter Army. We did the Battle of Hack and Reach. I don't know if you know it.
No, I have a fair amount of information here on my desk about you. I'm going to offer you a position within our City Watch as a junior inquisitor. If you prove yourself and prove yourself of use to the city, I can guarantee you that your friend's case will be greatly improved. I can guide you along the way, and hopefully it will aid you in clearing their name, if that is indeed possible. However, working within the confines of the City Watch, I believe that you will find the focus that you need to be able to get the information that you are truly seeking. Hawke, you will be paid and put onto payroll as well.
Sure. What do you need us to do?
She shuffles through a series of papers and hands you a book. This is the shipping ledger of a ship known as the Siren's Call. It was dry docked a few weeks ago. The investigation is ongoing. To my understanding, there are a number of magical components that were brought illegally into the city from the Moonshay Isles. If the truth is to be believed, an entire dragon's horde was raided and illegally smuggled into the city from the bow of that ship. However, my people have torn that ship apart, and we've only found small caches of treasure and rare items. We believe that somehow they were able to offload some of the more dangerous items before they fully made dock. Also, the rumors about what happened on that boat during that journey are unsettling. Apparently, a priest of Lathander leapt into the ocean, and the captain was killed in a mutiny. Brutally killed by the crew. However, as one would expect, no one on the crew is taking responsibility. And as we're not about to prosecute an entire ship's crew over a situation that did not happen within the borders of this city, we're running out of options. I want you to prove to me that your talents are worthwhile and serious. I want you and Hawke to prove to me that you have the best interest of this city in the actions that you take. If that is true, you will have made an ally out of me, and if you do that, I can promise you everything that can be done for your friend the goblin will be done. I don't trust everyone in this city, and neither should you. Not everyone who holds office within the City Watch is to be trusted. The Watchful Order has long been rumored to be working to control the city silently from the background. The Xanathar Guild is fiercely dangerous. They do not yet fully control the city, my friend. But they're not far behind either. Luckily, other factions like the Zentarum work against them as well. But now there's rumors of another blasted outbreak of the Cult of the Dragon and various other factions causing havoc within the city walls. We need good people able to fight against this tide of criminality. You and Hawke may very well be able to do some good here. And if you do that, then you will, as I've said, make an ally of me. And we'll see what we can do. Meanwhile, I can pledge to you that your friend will be looked over and protected against any ill harm. Do you find that sufficient?
I think that's about as good as we're going to get.
Once you have scouted the Siren's Call, I will have some of my contacts check in with you. Make sure to have a full report ready. Forget that you were here. I will not be officially announcing your enrollment. While you can speak to members of the City Watch as you need, it's probably best for those who think that you are in league with other more insidious forces to continue to believe that.
Can do.
If you get into any direct trouble, she opens the desk and pulls out a number of small brass crests of Waterdeep, hands one to you and hands one to Hawke. This sigil will prove that you are indeed working under my stead. However, I would not be quick to show it unless you have no other choice.
Brilliant. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is there anything else that the magistrate can help you with?
No, thank you. You've done more than enough. We'll check on that boat. We'll be with you. And then Maglo turns and leaves. Goes to leave.
Maglo, you step out of the keep, and Hawke is trailing behind you, sort of in a daze, looking behind him and then turning back down. What just happened?
Well, we did what we could to get ourselves a fucking foot in the right direction. What was with the lack of responses? I could have used any help there.
I just didn't feel like anything that I said was going to be okay. She was using magic. Did you see that ring? She could tell if we were lying to her, and if I said anything at all about Doddle, then she would know the truth.
We did. I just said everything about Doddle. We just said all the stuff.
That's not all the stuff.
Whatever.
Well, let's go check in with Siraye. I'm done with you.
Yes,
and he
let's.
walks off into the street.
You're done with me.
And so the two of you find your way to a corner on the street that's across from the keep where you said that you were going to meet up with Siraye. All of you are now reunited in this kind of dark alleyway. Siraye, you're there. You've been searching through these broadsheets, and you now have what looks like coded information about a secret passageway within the keep.
Okay.
Hello, Siraye. Sorry about the 6-hour wait we gave you. They definitely liked letting us just stew in our thoughts for a bit.
It's fine. What did you find out?
Apparently they know about us, and they hired Maglo and I to be a part of the watch.
We struck a deal. Hawke and I are going to work for him, do like a job. If we do that job, looking over this old ship or something, then we get, then they're going to try as hard as possible to get Doddle to us. Did you find out anything?
Well, that's useful. I did. I found out about some of the movements of the gangs, but I also managed to get this. And I show off the broadsheet that has like my scribbles and markings on it from, trying to figure out all this stuff.
What does any of that say?
Well, it is a map of the jail and possibly ways in and out of the jail that the guards may not know.
So we can use that to free Doddle.
We could, but it's dangerous. I mean, if we get caught in there, we're pretty much dead.
We have two options. We can either work for the city.
We don't have any options. We have to save Doddle now. You don't understand. She has to be saved.
If anything, Hawke, she is the safest in that jail. I mean, the gangs are after her. At least she's under...
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think that if the city finds out who she is, what she is, that it's going to be worse for her.
What do you mean? She's a goblin.
A powerful goblin.
She's not a goblin. She's the princess of Evermeet. She's really an elf. And an important one. I saw it. I know it's true, and she admitted to it. And if we don't do something, this all could fall apart.
What the Oh my god. Oh my god. It's Dodalia. It's Princess Dodalia and Doddle. How the fuck did I not see that before? Oh my god, you're fucking kidding me. We've been hanging out with the fucking Princess of Evermeet this whole time?
I wasn't supposed to tell you.
Oh shit.
But you have to understand how important this is. We can't let anything happen to her, and we just have to risk it. I'll do it if you won't.
Fuck no!
Just give me the map.
No. We're gonna get her out. We're gonna get her out. We just we need. Oh, we can't be.
We need a plan.
Do we have somewhere to plan? Do we have somewhere to plan?
Yeah, I know a place.
And that's where we're gonna leave it
for tonight. Thank you so much, and good job. Good game.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, gang.
We did it, everyone.
Hey, gang.
Thank you, everybody.
Gone, gosh darn did it,
Thank
gang.
you, everybody.
And it still took a lot longer than I anticipated, but there was some RP that I just didn't want to get in the way of.
Hey, that's what D&D is. You can write a half an hour adventure and it'll take you
turns into
3 days
years.
to do it.
3 years.
I know that, like, when me and June start, I'm still in the cell, but I don't think that super matters. Let's just cut it.
Nah. I don't like. I would rather play the game and let people know. Hey, by the way, this is us transitioning over to this. We want to actually play. We don't want to like feel like we're just acting out a script. So
and we there's also like, because with Busby breaking, but we can just be like, oh, he's just fixed. He's just changed into something else.
Yeah, it's like it was either give you guys loosey goosey exposition
description
or nothing at all.
Literally doesn't matter. It's fine.
It'll catch up. Listen, there'll be some hiccups, but I am happy with where we are, and I don't think we need to overthink it.
And now we're just gonna have a nice tomorrow.
Get to play
Nice little
hangout.
Just the gang.
And then just play
We're not
D&D.
You just
And then we'll just play
D&D.
We're just gonna be able to play D&D.
Get to hang out with
beautiful.
Piper, and then we'll all go be in the same room.
We're gonna all be in the same place.
Piper, it was so much fun role playing with you again. I missed this so much. It was so nice.
God, what is it? It's been like months since we could put. Anyway.
Okay, everybody go to bed now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Yeah, everybody go
Right.
sleep.
It's
Thank
half
you.
one for me. So
Yeah.
Thank you,
you for
everybody.
sticking with it.
Well, thank you
Always.
for doing all that, Knox. I appreciate it.
yeah,
Bye,
bud.
friend.
I
Bye,
cannot.
Piper. Go sleep, Piper. Bye,
I'll
bye.
go sleep now.
Bye,
Go
bye.
bed. Go bedtime.
I
Bye, bye.
Yeah, but I cannot even begin to comprehend the amount of work putting it together a few prequel sessions. Like, the
well,
prequel
I
sessions.
typically wouldn't have asked for a redo, but like last session when we tried to do this, I just felt like we're too close to sacrifice quality, and I'm glad that we waited this week to do it. But I'm glad we're done. And then tomorrow we're all gonna meet up and hang out.
Yeah,
Right?
I watched the
Yeah.
Grinch.
All right. Well, I think it's
gonna
gonna
be
be fun to
beautiful.
just be social.
Yeah.
And then when do we return? We've got a couple of weeks, right?
We have a couple weeks break, yeah, and then I'm not sure
Get back into
when.
it. All right.
Yeah.
All right, you two. See you soon.
Beautiful.
Okay, bye.
Yes.
Bye, everybody.